joints, so you roll them.
You want me to teach you how?
I prefer not to learn.
Why?
No, I do. I'd love to. I thought that was a great joint.
No, it wasn't a nice joint. It was this small.
Yeah, little racehorses.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to. The art of joint rolling is like the Dutch, I believe, are very it's an art.
Well, when you smoke one of my joints, you get high. I mean, you get
the
high.
art to that. Yeah.
So it's the full efficiency of the pot
Yeah.
coming out. No? You're not wasting.
Sure. Yeah, but it's down to the mix, and it's down to
The size of it helps too.
totally. Yeah.
Is that Jordan?
No, so that's what I was going to ask.
Hey man.
Fuck, you look
Hello.
like Jordan. I can't see your face because of the
No,
light.
my name's James.
Oh, nice to meet you, James.
Likewise. Is it really free camping here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's $10 a night.
$10 a night.
Yep.
You can have $10 a
Yeah.
night, man.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty beautiful setup.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, no, this seemed a little bit weird because you come in here and it's a little bit like So I just parked my car over there. I'm just gonna obviously set up my little tent swag. And,
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Feel the energy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Make yourself at home.
Yep. Yeah, nice. So you guys the runners of it, or?
Not me. I'm
this
I'm
guy,
just
yeah.
like you.
Yeah.
We're just doing a podcast at the moment.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just about to fire it up.
Hey, you alright?
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
you alright?
I'll-
You sit down if you want.
I'll be quiet then.
Oh, no, that's all good. No, we want you to participate if you want.
You can join in, mate.
Yeah.
Give us your thoughts on the world.
It's of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you like? What's your favourite subject? You know,
Subject.
like as in personally, not at school or anything. But what do you like? You know,
What do I
for
like?
me, I like history. I love history. You know?
Yeah, I find probably understanding humans and culture
Okay.
and
So
deciphering the subtleness between what's really I don't think is probably almost has an indifference to some degree.
or what's important? So what's important or what's
Yeah.
not important from the evolution of?
Yeah, just how we're really I really feel like we're indifferent as people. Like
Beautiful.
would I say
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
We're-
No,
we're-
that's
we have obviously there is the evolutionary values of
Why?
what people are proud of or
But
what their grassroots
Why
are,
would we be indifferent? What do you think? Why would we?
because essentially we're survivalists like everything else that's living on Earth, and that's our fundamental purpose of being alive, or how we become alive.
And how we become indifferent? We basically train. We teach our children the same practices so that they can be thinking that same way. Is that
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
where does it come in that?
Where the difference is,
where-
or
where-
where
where-
the indifference
No,
is.
no. Where the government comes in and teaches from where teachers come in and teach from government issued books,
Yeah.
and so that gives us our children a mass awareness of their agenda.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that-
which creates a. Even coming from that
Does
perspective,
that make the indifference go, like they're pushing that indifference away and driving it out, and it's taking it out of our evolution?
Yeah, I think maybe on that point alone, I think that creates a hell of a lot of fear. It's sort of like there's a
It
lot
does,
of,
it
there's
does.
a lot of failure and
Beautiful. This is good.
Totally.
Yeah,
yeah, I think,
that's right.
I think essentially you're not really tapping into the fundamental values of what individualism is.
Exactly. So would you say that they've literally stopped our evolution of, I don't know, spiritually growing? I mean,
It's a little,
we've got to spiritually grow.
That's a perception then, because I think like you look at a slow growing tree and it's
Yep.
been through drought and it's been through hardship obviously not ideal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has probably a lot more beauty in it and bells.
Because
or
of that,
whatnots.
because of that journey.
Exactly, and sometimes it doesn't snap in the wind as easy.
Yeah, but
So,
but
sometimes it's-
sometimes it does. A lot of
Well,
times.
sometimes it dies before it.
A lot of times it
Sometimes it
dies.
just dies, but then you get the ones that.
A lot of times
continue.
the formalities and the disabilities kill it.
Yeah.
Attract
true.
insects that normally wouldn't go there because they can't put their defenses up because they. But the fact, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, isn't that why they've created? I mean, they've known for hundreds of years that chaos turns into control. Okay.
Yeah.
So, isn't that why they created the chaos? We know that J.P. Morgan created the first stock market crash in 1903 as an experiment.
But I think greed creates chaos, and I think greed then fundamentally creates sort of like your power. You know what I mean? Because it gets to a point where it starts to belong to the few.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's why essentially that's what greed does.
Yeah, but don't you think that they use greed as a tool?
No,
because even with Michael Douglas in that movie,
always
and
a leader,
greed
isn't
is
there?
good.
So if you go back to like American Indian cultures, like you'd have your older person who would have a say, and that'd be sort of like a final say. Then you'd have your younger warriors that would go out and obviously strategize what the wiser person has said.
Yep.
So when you've got it in a tribal format, obviously there's an order where that is a respected order, but when you've got someone going out in a greedy way, example Vikings,
like the other
learning how to farm.
But they still had their system as well.
They did have systems, but their systems were very flawed because it come down to greed then, because they're taking away from others.
It did.
It wasn't involving belonging to the land anymore.
What was I saying to you the other night was fuck man, it's so fast, paying off.
Yeah. It's good.
I
said to him the other night,
I'm not.
what's the difference between
what?
what's the difference between a gang and a tribe? You see, so you explained it beautifully what the tribal system was. Okay, so would you agree that in a big sense, governments are just gangs? Because there's no tribal system in place that just scatter all. Basically, what they do is they wait for someone to do something wrong and they make a law against it, so nobody else.
But when you go into government, that starts to become what has been created in a very recent time.
Well, it's a beast that's been created over centuries.
Yeah, of course. It has, but it's not very long. Like it's not a pure. It's not a long. Well, you can say it's a long.
No. You're right. It's not long, but it is long.
Yeah.
All depends how old you are, I guess. When you're a young person, that's a very long time, and that's a tricky one.
I'm just saying, like in the
to me, a
terms of
million
the
years isn't long.
The existence of life, like you go back to like Incas and
Yep.
things like that.
Yeah,
They had hundreds and thousands of years.
that's right.
Of being a very slow growth into understanding
That's right.
systematic ways of being able to
Live.
cater to climate, a bit like termite mounds, man.
Yeah, well, it wasn't hundreds of thousands, but it was
I didn't
quite
say
a
that,
while.
hundreds to thousands
Oh
of
yeah,
years.
okay, yeah. No, thousands. They literally had thousands
Yeah.
of years.
Of them coming into evolving with the earth
Yeah.
and utilizing, I think some of only what I've heard talking to different people and that.
That's fucking beautiful, man. There you go.
I'm only going to have one puff.
I don't care how many you have. You
Yeah.
have as many as you want. You have as least
I
as you
smoke
want.
this stuff very much.
I'm just
to be honest
rewarding
with
you for a bloody. Wasn't that good?
It's beautiful.
It was bloody great.
Plant medicine. Good for talking.
Perfectly worded.
Yeah, totally.
Very good vocabulary.
So this podcast is about is how to change the world.
Yeah.
And from living in community, I've learned that this is how we change the world, is we come together in communities again.
No worries, mate.
So we come
You're
together
welcome,
in
James.
tribes again. Like we start doing how we lived as tribes.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And we utilise that past knowledge because these guys had thousands of years to dial in a tribal design.
Yep.
And you just have to look at that, like the Aryans. There's not a lot of information on them, but they basically colonized the whole world.
Yep.
Because they had a system in place that worked.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's like let's look at how they did that. And
Yeah.
there's a lot
I
of
like-
clues in history.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they went into India, they took Sanskrit and they took their whole
Yeah.
religious system.
That's what.
The Vedas went in. with them.
That's what. Salutation to the dawn. That's Sanskrit.
Yeah,
That's
Sanskrit's
over
a very-
10,000 years old.
Yeah, yeah. So these guys took this in
They
because the Aryan people were their language root.
Yeah.
They created their language. There's now 460 languages. It all
Yeah.
came from
dialects.
there.
Yeah.
And it's most European languages. It's Sanskrit, Hindi,
Mm.
Persian.
Okay.
All came from these people.
I like how you said individual. So your main concern would be that our individualism is getting taken away from us.
I think. Ooh, that's a really big one.
It is.
I wouldn't say it that way.
How about this?
Yeah.
I believe that. Well, they did that 100th monkey experiment. You know about that? Just after 47, after the war, they took a shitload of monkeys off this island. Populated with thousands of monkeys. There was a mountain range in the middle.
Yep.
And they trained these monkeys, and they got the 10 best monkeys. And what they did is train them just to get 2 sticks, get the coconut off the tree, and put it in the river and wash it before they touched it. And they put them back, the 10 best, back on the island. This is a factual experiment.
Yeah.
They put them back on the island,
Yeah.
and the other monkeys watching started to do the same practice.
Yep.
And when it got to 100 monkeys in that area,
Yep.
literally overnight, within several nights, there was an explosion. They reckon there was an explosion of subconsciousness, and all the monkeys in the island, including the ones over the mountain range, started to do that practice.
Yep. Yep.
And they called them 100th monkey effect.
Yeah.
And Einstein said it years before they actually did it. I think that's why they might have done it, because Einstein, I think, was the first world-class scientist to put forward that we're all connected in our subconscious.
Yep.
And that's through the energy of just pure energy of the universe,
Yep.
of the spinning of the universe, I think he said. And others, Carl Sagan said it. Carl Sagan said, if we all just thought the same thought against what our leaders do, he said, I'm convinced that our leaders will change their minds.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It'd limit their energy powers.
So in my mind, we're all connected through the subconscious, but we have our own individualism, and I believe that individualism is being taken from us.
Yeah.
Because we're getting.
It's trust.
Taught.
And that's what my point was going to be before. You might not be able to create your is it, I've never heard of it, but is it Aryism, the word that you come up
Aryan.
with? Aryan?
Yeah.
Aryans. I think, like, if nothing else, I think what is really great about a place like this is it gives people a spot to trust and feel cared about.
Yeah.
And for that to go back into the world and cycle in the world, that is the most important thing that you could hope to be able to contribute, I think, in its own right, because that is what destroys our individualism.
Oh, for you to
trust
recognise that is
values.
really great.
That's amazing. Yeah.
That's really good for you to recognise that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just the
Because it's-
fundamentals of human life.
Because
I
it
think.
means that if you can pick up on that so simply, even though you're obviously an intelligent man, but if you can pick up on that so simply, then everybody else is too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and that's beautiful, man. That's fun. That's good. You know.
Yeah.
But Yeah, there's always that bully at school, and there's always someone that wants to be a bit bigger than they are, and there's always someone that wants to feel the comfort.
Only because they haven't been taught how to love themselves properly.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, like
and
it
that, I
happens
think
in
that's
general
getting better.
society in so many different ways. So the distrust, like it's always they're looking for that leadership or looking for that.
Well,
wanting that approval does it as well, and that's what creates all these segmented. That happens through trust. That's a decent fundamental in it.
Yeah, trust is a big one.
But there's other parts to it. It's belonging. It's
I was telling you about
being
trust.
a part of.
That's a big one here. I think to allow that freedom, you got to have trust. You got to have you have to trust everyone.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you start putting padlocks on things, it changes the energy.
Yeah, of course.
Of the place, and then, but there's this thing about trust where if you give trust to people, they respect it.
Well, basically, it's what
because they.
It's more. I think it's more so being trusting rather than giving trust. I think that is something that happens on special occasions more when you do have that connection, like which is important. But there's always people that are kind of always going to be a little bit different that don't necessarily want that. Like they like
sure, and that's the
to
challenge.
be a part of. No, but to be a part of, and maybe that's a big enough experience to have in the moment.
Sure.
Maybe more than that is sort of like it becomes something that they can't function and fathom properly. For them to walk away feeling like they've actually even had an experience, if you think that you can change it, because sometimes everything's evolution.
Yes.
And you don't know what is behind different stories, you know. Going back to the knot in the tree, well, some trees are extremely knotted,
that's right.
and they've never had any water, so you can only
But you know that Jesus told that parable of the seeds, the mustard seeds. You know, some of them sprinkled on the path, some of them sprinkled in the thin layer of dirt, and some of them sprinkled into the deep earth. And of course, the ones in the deep earth had good strong roots, and they grew up nice, beautiful, and healthy. Yeah. The ones in the thinner dirt, they rooted and they grew up a little bit, but they withered and died pretty quick, and the other ones had no chance.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, the deeper our root systems are, planted.
Yeah, and it shapes who we are.
Yeah,
really
that's
does,
right. So that's what I'm saying about the government issued books that teachers, you know, they've had no life experience.
Exactly.
So then how deep are we giving our root systems to our children? Not very deep,
and then
you know.
You can go into Aboriginality and so many different parts to, you know, it's a
You get it? So there was a study several years ago about, I think it was about 6-7 years ago, and it was a world study over 2 years, and they come to the conclusion that any leader in the world or any CEO of any company in the world are psychopaths.
Yeah.
And you have to be a psychopath in this world with the education system. You have to be a psychopath to be able to be one of those people.
What, to implement it, you mean? Or
to achieve to be a leader of that status.
That sort of stuff, yeah.
You have to be a psycho in this planet because of the education system. You have to be.
Yep.
You know.
Because that's what happens is.
And that was a world study.
The idea of a leader.
World class study.
But the idea of the leader, like what we think is a good leader, is a psychopath. Right.
Well.
You know what I mean? Like that's
not necessarily.
We're asking. That's what the type of leader we want.
Not necessarily. History has made a lot of leaders psychopaths, like Genghis Khan. Like Genghis Khan was brilliant. He was brilliant. He could not have had one of the largest dynasties in history without being brilliant.
Yep.
That's it. So he wasn't just a murderer and a hacker, and you know, he actually thought about, he thought about his agenda and he thought about his plans and. He knew what he was going to do.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, and he and you know what? Because of the era that he lived in with murder and mayhem, that was just part of the deal of the day. He might not have even been a bloody psychopath.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is,
I don't think he was.
oh, he's brilliant. He just knew germs. He knew how to use them, so he used during warfare, just to hurry up and conquer. You know.
But that's the story we're told.
Well, it happened, but that was brilliant. Yeah, but they're saying when they tell these stories, they tell their side of it. They project
The
what
victors tell the story.
and it's like,
So
oh,
that's
and
why
he
I
murdered,
question-
and he murdered.
That's why I
Everybody
question
did.
that.
Yeah.
That's why I question that.
Do you guys have a ditch here?
Ah, there was one here. They
And that
sort of come and
disappeared.
go.
No,
Go.
I was just haven't seen if you had one.
There was this one dude, and he had a hand drum.
Yeah.
I've never seen one before,
Mm.
and it's metal,
Yep.
and it's absolutely beautiful the way he played it. Beautiful. I'd never heard nothing. It was lovely.
Yeah, the hang drums, like they were just invented maybe 40 years ago.
Yeah. So he said they were recently just invented. So
Yeah, it's a magical instrument, and you can really get into it. You just because it's just light taps.
yeah, you
And
just
you just play. You just get into the zone.
a lot of it's with thumbs and
Yeah, but you're not really thinking of where you're playing. It just
Yeah.
happens.
yeah. I went into a trance almost
Yeah,
listening to it.
exactly. Yeah. Humans, we're pretty cool. We can invent some pretty cool shit. You know, like to someone who invented that. I think he came from the idea of, you know, the Jamaican, they make 44-gallon drums. Out
Yeah.
Of, you know, blah, blah. And so that's where he got the idea.
Must have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then he just bent it in different ways.
Yeah, and
get
thin
different
the metal
tones.
out different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like genius.
Where are you from, buddy?
From Melbourne.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which part?
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne. I break for Hawthorne.
Not here. Very cool. There we go.
Maybe
That's why we all meant to meet.
That's it.
do you break for Hawthorne?
No, I don't.
Who do you break for?
Essendon.
Do you?
I
Yeah,
was
that makes sense.
I was an Essendon supporter.
Was you?
Yeah.
Yeah, middle class.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, middle class. That's true. Yeah.
Hawthorne's the Coppers team, which is ironic. Yeah, Hawthorne, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I'm Victorian as well.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, what part?
me too.
I'm from Sale.
From Sale.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
Mornington.
Yeah, I know Mornington.
It's funny that a lot of Victorians are coming over here. I wonder why.
Work.
Hey?
Work.
Yeah.
Oh, you're here for work?
Yeah.
What do you do
okay.
for work?
Mines.
Oh.
So going into rigging.
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Mechanical engineer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was in oil and gas for like 18 years.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So, being in the world, I understand that world.
Yeah, I worked in a mine and BHP. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you just got time off at the moment?
No, so just going over there to work.
Oh, okay.
So just been travelling right along the coast. And,
Yeah. All right, you're on the way up there to go.
you're on
Yeah,
the
to
way to
work.
start.
yeah, so I've been like, right around through, obviously everywhere from Port Augusta to Nullarbor, Esperance. Over.
Was it your first time over Nullarbor?
Yeah,
Did you like it?
yeah, it was good.
Did you take your time?
Not across the Nullarbor, I didn't.
You just wanted to hurry up and finish
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I kept driving into the night.
You know, I've hitchhiked the Nullarbor 8 times and I've been across it I don't know how many times.
Yeah,
And I find, I just can't think of another place in the whole fucking world, man, where you can just be alone, and just do whatever you want. You can light a fire, it doesn't matter what time of the year.
yep.
You can do anything.
You can do what you want.
You can do what you want. And so if you've got the time to take your time across it, it's one of the most magical places.
Yeah, you know the Nullarbor is called Aurelion,
No,
the land of gold.
I know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's and there's like all these limestone caves,
Yep.
like hundreds of kilometres of underground caves.
That's right. People come from all over the world to go cave. What are they
Yeah.
called? Cave diving or whatever it is. Yeah.
yeah.
They found this one person went cave diving on the Nullarbor. This was like 30 years ago or something. And they found an old FJ Holden down way, way, way down this this hole,
Yeah.
and it's like nobody's got they just don't know how it got there.
Yep.
Right.
That's like,
Really?
yeah, it's like in Kalgoorlie. I went for a tour years and years ago, and they reckon that they built the largest stagecoach in the world
Right.
in Kalgoorlie.
Okay.
And all the day that they were going to go from Kalgoorlie to Perth, they had a big celebration and everything, and there was dignitaries on the stagecoach. There was like heaps and heaps. It was a double-story stagecoach, huge thing, you know.
Yeah.
And it went missing, and they've never found it.
Okay.
What?
Never found it.
The stagecoach.
Never found it. The people never found the
Oh,
stagecoach.
the people as well.
Yeah, never found the horses. Nothing. No bones. No nothing.
Well,
That's on the. That's an official story. That's in history apparently.
Yeah.
And same as the pipeline from Perth to Kalgoorlie.
Yeah.
The water pipe. The dude that designed it and everything, the engineer or whatever, he got all the investors happening and everything, you know, including the mayor of Perth and the mayor of Kalgoorlie,
Yeah.
and they turned they turned it on in Perth, and they timed it, you know,
Yep.
for when it hit Kalgoorlie, and they
Yep.
turned the tap on, and nothing came out, and they waited an hour, and nothing came out, and the dude that created it, he went up in the hotel room and killed himself, because all the investors and that, they were starting to like growl and, you know,
yeah.
so he pissed off upstairs, and an hour after he killed himself, the water came out.
Yeah. That's a crazy story. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
Like he obviously designed that whole thing. Like it's a fucking engineering marvel. Like it's still working today.
But it makes me laugh because that's the era they were in. You know, it was natural for people to turn on people just like that. You know, there was no patience. You know, well, wait a minute, let's give it a day or two. You know?
yeah. Let's take some time here. Maybe it's gonna.
let's kill the fucker. You know,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That world is a. That world.
it was hard.
Yeah.
That was a hard world,
it's
man.
good that we're coming out of it, but we're still in that world in a lot of ways.
I lived in Coolgardie for a couple of months in the middle of summer, and I don't know how they did it, man. It's wow. You know, I met this lady. She'd
I
been
was there the other day.
I met a lady who's been
Coolgardie.
living there
Yeah.
60 years. You know, she made a cup. She invited me and my girlfriend in and made a cup of tea and showed me a little stash of gold. And, my son says I shouldn't show people this, and I said you shouldn't. You know what I mean? But that's, you know, people like that. You know. But it was, yeah, she was beautiful. But yeah, and all the trinkets and everything that she had around the house. You know, it was like a museum.
Where's Coolgardie?
Just about 50k out of Kalgoorlie
Oh, okay.
towards Perth.
Okay. Yeah.
Kalgoorlie, Coolgardie.
Yeah.
Coolgardie was set up before Kalgoorlie,
Okay.
so yeah.
Yeah.
I got some nice photos of the top there, whatever the point is up the top.
Oh yeah, Kalgoorlie had more pubs in it than anywhere in the world.
Right.
And I think there was, last I heard,
42, I think it was.
yeah, there was, I think 20,
So that-
26
Left now.
Yeah,
Wow.
well, that was a couple
42.
of years back. Yeah.
That's not bad, but
Yeah. Still a
Yeah.
lot of
But
pub.
it just shows that
fucking beautiful pubs, aren't they, mate?
you
Hey?
could imagine in its day. Like I haven't been there, but I'm sure.
Haven't you?
it's- No.
So you don't know about Hay Street?
No, I know nothing.
Yeah,
about
so
them.
you drive down Hay Street. It's behind. I think it's behind the police station. The street. You drive down Hay Street, and there's a lot of tin sheds, and they're all different colours, and they've got these cages, and the shields sit behind the cage, and it's like there used to be when I first went there. There was like it was like the $20
Yeah.
cage, and there was
Yeah.
the $40 cage, and there was
Yeah.
the $80 cage.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you know.
That's Coolgardie.
They. Yeah. So it's a wild town.
Yeah.
That's
It
Coolgardie.
used to be. It used
right,
to be. It's
small
not so
little
much
town then.
anymore.
Yeah.
You know.
Nice. Look at that red dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. You could be amazed what you can grow with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kalgoorlie used to be a really. I lived in Kalgoorlie
Yeah,
for
it's like
quite, I think, close to a year.
It's like the
I
wild.
worked in a mine there.
The Wild West.
The Fimiston gold mine I
Right.
worked.
It's the Wild West.
Yeah.
It's the Wild West, and like anything goes. There's no. It's a bit more free.
Yeah, free and dangerous.
Free, yeah, but I mean this is the thing. There's like people are there because they like that shit.
Yeah.
And that's good. That's what you got to have that. This is what I'm realizing. Like this is where why we travel.
Yeah.
Is we go to find the places that we're seeking, and like Kalgoorlie's like the Wild West frontier. So it's like.
You know,
Maybe Alice as well.
I told you I hitched around Australia, right? So I'm 23. I'm a young buck, you know, and I go into this town on just over the Victorian border in New South Wales, and it's a one-horse town kind of thing, you know. And there's a pub there. Somebody else was out the front, World Championship, and yeah. I'll make it easy for you.
Yeah.
There, there's it.
Nice.
Yeah, so Jeff Fennick was having a fight, you know. So I go into I thought, it'd be nice to have a beer, you know. So no worries. I'll go into the pub, have a night, stand there, and it is packed. All these farmers have come from all these farms, and all the people in the town are there to watch the fight on the big screen. So no worries, I'm standing there probably for about 5 minutes, and the biggest bloke, I'm not kidding you, the biggest bloke in the pub walks up to me, and he goes, "G'day mate, my name is I can't remember, but," and he said, and I said, "Oh, yeah, Shane," and I shook his hand, and he turned around and said, "Would you mind if I stood next to you to watch the fight?" And I said, "I don't mind at all, my friend, you're more than welcome, you know," and he goes, "I'm glad I come over here," because he's like, you know, "Oh, you're a nice bloke," kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
So he's standing there, and the fight starts, right? And I'm not shitting you. Within 5 minutes of the fight starting, fights start breaking out in the pub.
Damn.
Yeah, but I'm the first one they look at because I'm the stranger in town.
Sure. So the biggest.
And I've got like all these, and they're starting to come towards me.
Yeah.
And this dude, he stands in front of me, and he turns around and he goes, "Fuck off, the lot of you."
Yeah.
And they just look at me and go, "Oh, you know him, do you?" And then they said his name, you know.
Wow. Yeah.
He's a friend of mine, you know.
Yeah.
And everybody just left me alone. And if he wasn't there, I'm not fucking with you. My ass would have been kicked, I reckon, because I'm talking a lot of blokes who are eyeing me off. Yeah. It's like Tasmania. Yeah. Me and my brother in Tasmania. My brother went to the toilet in the pub. He's taking ages, so I go in there. There's 4 blokes standing around him, and I walk in. I'm going, "What the fuck's going on?" And he turns around and goes, "Oh, they want my shirt chain." I said, "Do you want that thing?" I said, "I wouldn't wear that."
They want my shirt.
and I turned around and I said, "You're not getting his shirt." And one of them turned around and goes, "I like you, mate." He goes, "Do you want to come to a party?" And I turned around and I said, "What party?"
You're not getting his shirt.
And he turned around and he goes, it's a fighting party."
Yeah. A fighting party.
This is in Tasmania. I'm not shitting you.
Yeah.
I said, "What the fuck's a fighting party?" He goes, "Oh, we all have a go at it until the last man standing." I said, "Nah, I'll be all right, mate. Yeah, I'll be all right." You know, I had a beer with him and that in the bar.
Tough.
Oh, mate, I was sitting in the pub in Tassie, another pub. I was waiting for the counter meals to start, the midday counter meals, lunch, and I'm just sitting at the bar, and all of a sudden this bloke, King, hits me in the ribs, and I turn around, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "You look like you can scrap, mate. Let's go out and have a scrap." That's what they were like in Tassie.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still like that now, but that's what they were like 30 years ago.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh man, what the
Wild.
fuck?
Tough.
Yeah. So I think if you're talking about Wild West kind of shit, I think Tassie kind of takes the crown, mate.
Wow.
You know, absolutely. You know. I mean, fuck, they're tough bastards, aren't they?
Yeah.
They really are.
Yeah, right. Because that's funny, because growing up in Victoria, we're told that to look down on Tasmanians.
Not really.
No, I was.
No, there was a lot of jokes about
Jokes
Tassie,
about
but
Tassie.
that's the whole mainland.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, the
Not
whole
just
mainland.
Victoria.
Oh, okay, it's not just Victoria.
No, that's the whole fucking mainland.
They all
man.
make jokes of Tasmania.
Yeah.
I thought it was just
Yeah,
Victorians.
Tasmanians.
Yeah, 2 heads.
Yeah, and all that.
Scar.
Yeah. Yeah, your uncles, your brother, and your father, and your
Right.
granddad.
Right. That's right. Yeah. but then you're not told that they're tough motherfuckers.
And by the way, my parents. Oh, Brody reckons we got about 60 hits the other night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I'll have to pump that.
I haven't checked. Just letting it play out.
Yeah. So let me tell you about this sun thing. all
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh yeah, the suns. Here we go.
Okay, here we go. All right, so a couple of years ago, I watched a documentary. I think it would have been about a year ago, and what it was is they've discovered a sun has a fucking bullshit amount of electromagnetism.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a field. It's like a force field.
Sure. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're huge as well.
They are
So-
massive. They're like it's like a corridor.
Yeah.
And they discovered that all the suns are connected by this electromagnetism highway.
Right. So
It's
they
like a
talk to
highway.
They talk to each other.
No, they're connected to each other by road,
Yeah. Right.
by electromagnetism road.
Right.
And only certain things can, exist in that field.
Right. Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, I truly believe about the vibration and the energy fields that, we've got as individuals.
Yep.
And if we do expand, if we do change that vibration from learning and experience, maybe we can't, either we don't want to or come back. Sometimes we have to because we haven't learnt those. But when we have, we can continue on that highway to our different places. And being electromagnetic as well. It just fits in beautifully, and that's the scientists discovered that
This connection.
yeah, no, not the connection to that, but they discovered this highway thing,
But it's basically solar, so electric, like between the suns.
It's connecting. It's really wide.
Yep.
So the one we're sitting in one.
Yep.
That's connecting to another
To
sun.
another sun. Yeah. Sure.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, but if
So
you believe,
we're in that field. So we're in that.
Sure. Yeah. No, because if you believe though that, like taking it to another level where each sun is sentient, like they actually have consciousness. Like we say our planet is conscious.
There's
'cause it's
trillions of
punching up.
suns,
That's what I mean.
and there's got to be other Earths out there.
Yeah, but they're all.
You get it? So we can land on another Earth.
Yeah, sure. No, but what I'm saying though is they're sentient. They have life.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I do. Because energy changes. Sometimes I've actually thought to myself, well, what happens with these evil fuckers, like George Bush Senior and that, what happens to their energy? Does it implode? Does it, collapse inwards? Does it, the vibration flip and change poles, in itself? Yeah, remember about 5 years ago, I think, or maybe 10 years ago, there was that patch of space that they said just disappeared.
No, I missed that bit.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, they reckon it's something to do with black matter,
Okay.
and it disappeared, and it just
Like the stars.
disappeared.
from
The
there.
stars, in that section of space,
Yeah,
everything in it
Yeah.
just disappeared,
Yeah. Right. No more.
and they
light.
don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
Well, they don't know. They
Black
don't.
hole.
They don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Because everything has to explode or implode in some form.
in some manner, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but they don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and they certainly don't know about black matter at the moment. They wouldn't have a clue what the fuck, what the fuck's going on there.
Yeah.
So,
So it's
they,
okay.
they know more about anti-gravity than they do
Sure.
with black matter.
But I bring it back to the planets and stars. Are they sentient?
Oh,
Are they-
sentient, yes. So,
Do they have consciousness?
So,
or are they just
so,
like
so
burning
if
masses?
George
of
if George
Earth?
Bush Senior turned around and is an evil darkness,
Yeah.
and his energy turns into, you know, who helps? Maybe he's helping burn one of the stars. I don't know. What do they say in the Bible? You know, you go to hell. You know, you burn.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
No, but
I believe.
It's not my point. It's like my
Is
point
a rock
okay,
sentient?
well, that's the question.
Well, the thing is that
it?
they've got a musical instrument,
Is
and
it
they
sentient? It is.
they connect it to wood,
Right.
they connect it to
Yeah,
steel.
mushrooms.
No, and they can hear the vibration of that. It literally gives off it sings.
Sure.
Okay, so it's alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So he's basically, you're saying if something moves,
yeah.
it's sentient.
Well, if it's just a form.
They use that on
Some sort of
corn
form.
crops. That was one of the early ones that they done it with. That is
The sound.
most frequent.
Yeah.
Like the frequency of it.
Yeah.
Corn does it really well, apparently.
Yeah.
Right. But they've got mushrooms now hooked up,
Yeah.
Have
so-
they?
and they sing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like almost like
Yeah, but you don't remember.
psychedelic
Yeah.
music.
To me, mushrooms are God, man. To
Yeah.
me, you know,
Mushrooms are.
fungus was the first life on Earth.
There's a lot of theories about mushrooms.
I mean, I reckon we're related to it. I reckon it made us.
No,
Well,
I think we just need to go and watch Avatar.
Yeah. Okay. The new one.
No, the old one.
Yeah.
Have you
I
seen
haven't
the new one?
new one? No.
They reckon they don't.
I loved Avatar. Like, it's one of the most. That is one of
Yeah.
the best.
It is good. It's great.
Yeah.
Visual
Yeah,
effects
the
are fucking
direct.
amazing.
Oh, just even how it's
The
directed.
storyline's great.
The direct. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
because essentially it's Earth.
Yep. Yeah. That's right.
Like it is.
That's right.
We just haven't spent the time. Well, we.
Yeah,
You know,
that was
without
that. There was that. That was
instruments.
their subliminal message.
Have you heard that story that the Earth once had those large trees as well? Like there's
Everybody fucking knows we
fossilised,
had fucking giant trees.
like giant trees. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they? Everyone knows that.
Not these days, I guess.
But that idea that we had these giant trees, that are these centres.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be. I mean, maybe there's a lot of truth in Avatar.
Well,
Yeah.
the oxygen levels,
I don't know.
the oxygen levels were much higher, so
That's what they
everything was
say.
big.
Yeah.
You know, dinosaurs.
I think
and
it has aspiration to it, as
Yeah.
well as
Yeah.
unexplored. You know, really good intention, passionate. You know, possibilities
Yeah.
of what can be reflected in our own development.
My son, my
Yeah,
son,
we
People
can learn from
with
it.
animals and
Totally. Yeah.
in general.
my son's seen the new Avatar.
Harmonising.
He gave it a 7
7. Yeah.
out of 10.
Yep.
First one he gave
Is that pretty good? Is he a tough
7.
critic?
7's bad.
7's bad.
Well,
Yeah,
7's
okay.
not bad, but it's
Yeah.
watchable.
Yeah.
It's supposed to have had better graphics, but gone way too long. It goes for over 3 hours.
He said it's the length kind of put it down to
3
0.5.
hours.
Over
Yeah.
3
Right.
Yeah.
hours. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he's pretty good. He's a little bit of a critic, but he's alright. He's fair.
Yeah. Okay. So 7.
7.
That's unfortunate. You'd want
It
it to be
is.
10, right?
Absolutely.
Like-
But nothing's 10 in our book.
Well, Lord of the Rings was pretty fucking good.
Yeah, that's like 9.8.
Yeah,
you know?
they to me they nailed the.
I mean,
like,
10,
my
10's
imagination.
me sitting there after the movie in a trance and some kind of fucking
Yeah.
state of
It's like, what
awareness
just
that I
happened?
wasn't in before, you know.
Totally. Yeah, but yeah, okay.
You
So
know.
what movie did that to you?
What movie?
Got you a
I've never
10.
had a 10, mate.
Never.
Never had a 10.
Huh.
The Notebook's not far off it.
The Notebook. Okay.
Have I seen that? What's that about again?
It's a love story
About?
about a guy. I haven't watched it in so long. A guy and a girl.
But it's memorable and.
Is it?
Yeah, a guy and a girl, and they meet, and then she ends up. For some reason, they end up. I don't know. Whatever happened, they ended up not being able to be together.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. I think he went off to war or something, and he wrote heaps of letters. That's right. I don't want to spoil the storyline.
I don't know if I've seen it. Have you seen?
So he wrote heaps of letters to her while he's overseas, back to his sweet childhood sweetheart.
Yeah.
That the mum didn't really want him to see because he's middle class sort of thing.
Oh, I
And
think
she
I
keeps
did
she
see
keeps
it.
all the letters,
Go
and then it took a long time for him to end up finding her after he. Yeah.
Who was the Sheila? Who started? Who?
I'll be able to tell you.
Have you seen City of Angels?
don't know.
That's not a bad movie. That's a good love story. That's like Nicolas Cage, yeah, and fucking Meg Ryan.
Or maybe.
And what happens is he's an angel, yeah.
Yep.
And he sees this chick in the library one day, and he just falls in love with her.
Yep.
And when angels fall to earth, they live like humans, yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna, and
I think I might have.
so he falls to earth.
Possibly.
He falls to earth
Yep.
in this construction site, and he ends up in hospital, and he meets another angel that fell like a couple of decades beforehand, and he's fat, because he's enjoying the fucking, and he has to meet her, and he has to get her to love him, and then he does that, and they spend one night together, and the next morning she rides the push bike and a truck kills her.
Yep.
Have you seen it? Or?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's a fucking good movie, man. And then now he's got to spend the rest of his life without her,
Yeah.
What's the movie?
City of Angels.
Okay.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a fucking good movie, man.
So,
Because he's an angel, and he has to fall to earth
Right.
because he falls in love with her.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and so
Then she dies.
yeah, and he has to get her to love him, and then they get together. And he finally gets they get together, and that. And he spends one night with her, and she goes down to the shop and buy breakfast or whatever on a push bike in the mountains. And she's like this, and then she goes
beautiful
around.
story.
Truck comes around the corner and kills her,
Oh shit. Oh, okay.
and he's got to spend the rest of his life without her.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Tough movie.
Yeah, but I mean, he knows that he'll see her again because he's an angel.
Right. Okay. So he just sort of okay. So
And
he
so
just
and
leaves
he,
his
and he said,
time out.
he was happy with that one night,
Right. Yeah. Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah,
This I always amazed at writers and what they can come up with. The storylines. Fuck.
like Heaven Can Wait. Remember that?
No, I need to watch more movies.
Heaven Can Wait was what was his name? It was made in '67, I think. Anyway, he was a Super Bowl star, and he rode push bike through a tunnel and got hit by a truck and killed. But he wasn't supposed to die that early, so God put him in another body.
Yep.
And he had to go and convince his trainer that it was him, and it was just really funny, man. It was a really good movie the way they did it. Fuck, what was his name? I can't remember.
What about a good storyline I found? I think it's called like Midnight in Paris, Midnight in somewhere, and it's got I'm trying to think what her name is. Bloody Scarlett Johansson in it.
Oh
I
yeah,
think,
she's
from
great,
memory.
man. She's good.
And she's with her partner, and her mum and dad have come over, and they're going on this vacation. And anyway, they're around Paris, and the guy's sort of like not really feeling it. I don't know. He had a bit of a headache or something, or he wanted to go out for a walk. So he goes for a walk, and he ends up getting picked up by this black car. The black car's from the 30s. Obviously, this is in current time. So
Okay.
he hops in the car, and they take him around to this pub, and then he ends
All
up.
of a sudden, it's in the 30s.
And then all of a sudden, he's hanging around with this lady that owns a house, and there's trying to think of what his name is. Famous writers and artists, all of
Okay,
that era.
yeah.
And he's just mind blown because he's like writing a book. That's what his job is.
That's a good one.
He's-
I like that
yeah,
one.
he's meeting Picasso, was it, or Michelangelo, or someone or other, whoever it was that was, relative to that time, and a couple of really.
I seen a good one
popular writers.
last year where
Then he hops out though.
Yeah,
he
go
comes
on,
out of this thing, and it goes, and then the car comes by, picks him up, and then he's like thinking, he's got the expectation of something going on. Then he gets dropped off, and then he goes back inside, and he's trying to tell his wife. He keeps it secret for the first part, and then he takes her out and wants to take her with him. And waiting for the car, and then she's like, "No, you're going crazy." She walks back, then the car comes, takes him there again.
Whoa. Yeah.
Good movie.
Yeah, it's
Midnight in
great.
Paris.
I think it's something like that. Midnight.
I'll have to check it out.
I'll be able to find it.
No, it's alright. Scarlett Johansson. I'll just check her
yeah.
movies out and
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah.
But I saw a good one where this Indian dude in England, born in England, whatever it is, and he's got this group of friends sitting at a table, you know. But the night before, he loved the Beatles, yeah.
Yep.
And the night before there was this freaky thunderstorm thing, you know. So no worries, and so no worries. He's sitting at the table the next day, and he starts singing "Hey Jude," and all the people around the table are like, "That's fucking amazing, you know. Did you just write that? Why didn't you tell us you were writing a song?" And then he's like, "What are you talking about? It's the Beatles. It's Hey Jude."
Yep.
And they're like, "The what? The Beatles?" And nobody on earth knows who the Beatles were.
Mm.
Have you seen the movie?
Yeah.
It's a good movie, isn't it?
It's a great movie.
And there's only three people. Three people.
I could guarantee.
Remember, there was the dude and the chick, and they were the only other two people that they were still aware of the Beatles as well. So they're in the crowd. Hey, they're in the crowd because he's thinking, "Oh fuck, this is great," but he has to remember all the words. That was funny, hey, when he had to remember all the words to the songs.
This is a fair while ago. I've watched this, so
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
not, yeah.
So it's fucking. It's
What's
not
it
about.
called?
Oh, I can't remember. Was it Let It? I don't know. I
Mate,
don't know.
we've got to have a cinema just going.
Yeah, I
just
can't
running
keep finding
movies
it.
all the time. Midnight in Paris.
Yeah, I think it was. I'll double check on it.
Yeah, cool.
It's just easier.
Yeah. Have you seen When Dreams May Come? It's got Robin Williams in it.
Oh, I don't know if I have. You'd have to.
Wow,
Tell me about
it's a really magical movie because it's the same type of story that his wife, who he loves to death,
Yeah.
dies, and then he goes to find her in the afterlife.
Oh, I think I have seen that one.
And he goes into these different worlds.
Yeah, I think it's a good movie, that one.
Oh, it's really cool. Yeah,
So-
he tries to talk to her from her, and yeah, she paints, and that's really magical movie.
Yeah.
Mm.
I can't remember much of it.
No,
Some of
a
the
long
best
it's one of
time
those
ago I
movies.
saw
Just
that.
gives you that good feeling, you know. It's like, that's a cool movie.
Some of the best movies I think I can remember watching, or most captivating, are the back, I don't know, probably like in the 2000s, late 90s, where you just sit down and it's like 11 o'clock at night, and then all of a sudden you
And
get
you've never
some-
seen this or heard about this
No.
movie.
And it's all the under headlines, you know, that you have to read, and it's done in, you know, French or
Subtitles.
something.
Yeah.
And there is absolutely nothing that happens for the movie, but it all happens, and it's sort of like just so simplistic and flowing,
Yeah,
and you're just
yeah.
like, and it just sticks in your head. Like, never remember the names to save myself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But you're just like, you know, she's going for a ride in a push bike, she falls off, sprains her ankle, ends up meeting some guy from some spot, and you know, and then all of a sudden there's just a whole, you know, simplistic conspiracy going on.
Yeah.
Like if you watch
But that's good character
if you watch
acting.
one person, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
one person have an affair and they fall off a bike and sprained their ankle, and
Yeah.
they met some guy,
I like a good character actor.
but yet they can put it into 2 hours and make it stimulating,
Yeah.
just because they do it so naturally.
That was like that movie,
Yeah, nice
what was it
skill.
called? Modern Me or something, was it? About the young dude and the old lady. And they had, she lived in a caravan in England, and they near a cliff, and they fell in love.
Okay.
And he was like 18 or 19.
Not
and
Mrs. Robinson,
No,
is it?
no, and she was like fucking 80 or something.
Yeah.
Some astronomical
Okay.
number.
Right.
Yeah, she was really old.
Yeah.
And he was like about 18, you know, and they fell in love. And like they just loved each other's company, you know. And he was like kind of an old man, and she was like a young girl, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like just beautiful.
So
It was beautiful. I think it's called Modern Me. I'm not sure,
Right.
but it's a fucking beautiful movie and unbelievable acting.
Dances with Wolves, that was another old movie that was up there.
Yeah, that was a good
I
one.
love that.
Yeah.
That was one of my top 10.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Yes.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I read the book. I read the screenplay first.
Oh, really?
It was just in a little novel, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And then watched the movie, and it just blew me away.
I liked
You know,
So
pretty
it's
powerful.
just before we go, so that Midnight in Paris, that's correct, and it's 7.7 IMDb,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
and then 93 Rotten Tomatoes, and then
That's
pretty good.
3.75 in the letterbox.
They're usually pretty tough, Rotten Tomatoes.
They are, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's done. Yeah, like I said, pretty good.
yeah, sweet. So
Um,
many good movies.
But there was
Yeah.
another one I watched also recently, can't remember the name of it, but it's about this guy and he's with a girl, and for some reason she just disappears out of his life, and somehow she had found, I don't know, it was a formula or something happened to her that held her at the same age, and she's like, I think probably about late 50s by this stage, and or he is, sorry, and she's still
well, yeah, they both are, and he's
she's still 23,
yeah,
and he's in his late 50s, and he's married again after his childhood sweetheart just disappeared.
yeah.
Anyway, there's this guy sitting on the bench one day, or she's sitting on the bench, sorry, and this guy runs over to her. You know, she's sitting at a university, obviously where she'd been many years before. The guy ran over and he's sort of like, listen, I really must, you know, take you out on a date, and, you know, I'll buy you a coffee at least. And yeah, ends up meeting her and doing that, and then it turns out that it's his son. And he sees her, and he's like, heart just drops out his mouth, and he's having dinner, and you can imagine the whole thing is just like, cause
what happens? What does she do?
She looks the same, and he's like freaking out.
Yeah, what does she do?
Oh, she just plays it all down and just keeps being normal, and then obviously the movie develops. But yeah,
what had so he did? She didn't go out with the son, did she?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Well, she was at the son's.
I'm telling every Catholic
the
church in the
mother
world.
and father's house. She was at the mother and father's house when the son wanted to introduce her to his family.
Yeah, I know, but
because she'd fallen in love.
Fuck, that's pretty savage. Yeah, there's some really there's there. You know what I saw recently was he usually does comedy, and he's got Steve something. The Office, American, The Office.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who stars in that? Steve something.
Yeah.
He made a movie with the skinny kid that done June. You know June, the star of June, the young dude.
I don't.
No,
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, he's up and coming. Timothy something.
Yeah.
And he's a really good actor, man. Anyway, it was basically most of the movie was just them two, but it was a father-son thing, and he was an ice head, and the whole movie was how the father would do anything to save this kid, you know, and how he couldn't, and how to save him, he had to ignore him. He had to say no to him. He had to, you know, when he rang up, I need money, Dad, help me, Dad, please, you know. And he didn't want to go in that same circle again. And he said, no, I can't, you know. And he hung the phone up. And he knew, you know, that could have been the last time, you know. And so, he didn't hear from the kid for a while, so he went and searched for him and found him in the city and whatever, you know. And it was a fucking good movie, man, you know what I mean? It was so real. It was so real. And then they did a fantastic job with it. And that was so serious for him to do it. It wasn't a comedy.
Yeah. He's known as the comedy guy.
Yeah. And he did an
okay.
amazing job doing it. It was a good movie. I can't remember the name of it.
Comedians are pretty versatile.
Yes, they are.
Fucking,
Well, that's why they're comedians.
Yeah.
Because they basically hate the system so much they have to laugh at it.
Yeah.
All comedians are depressed. Did you know that?
Because the world is weighing heavily on them.
And that's how they deal with their depression.
Yeah.
And some people do it really well.
Yeah.
Australians do it well.
Yeah. So it's almost their protest to the world. It's like there's something wrong.
Basically. Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to talk about how wrong it is.
Do you remember
see the funny side in it?
Yeah. Do you remember the first theatre? The first theatre was the imitation of the king or the queen. You know, fucking each other or something. You know,
Yeah.
with big giant dicks. And
That's what they were imitating.
Yeah. That was the first plays that they used to do, and the king and the queen would be in the audience laughing.
Yeah.
At themselves.
Huh.
You know
what comes to mind is like maybe there was a time when the king and the queen did like fuck in front of the people.
Well, they did in a sense because they had they had to fuck in front of the court on the wedding night.
Oh, did they?
You
They
didn't
had
know
to.
that?
No.
Yeah, they had to prove that the insertion happened and and the inception happened.
So it had to be in front of everybody.
It had to be in front of everybody. It was absolute in a lot of countries too.
Right.
Germany,
So
England, France.
maybe that's how it used to be. Maybe
That's,
in the
not maybe.
golden,
That's what they
in the
used
golden
to do.
age.
That's
Maybe
in
that's what they
history.
did. But maybe they did it not just on the wedding night. I don't know.
Absolutely, definitely,
You reckon? Yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
Just get the people into
You see the
a
secret
rage
photo?
of, eh?
The secret photo of the Rothschild party?
No, I don't.
I think
I
it
probably did. I don't.
It happened in the 70s.
I don't want to. I don't know.
They all wore animal masks.
Yeah. Okay. The masquerade ball.
No, it was weird. It was very strange.
Yeah. We don't have to go down that rabbit hole.
What, Rothschilds?
Rothschilds tonight.
Oh, love to
What,
talk about Rothschilds.
what was the topic? The topic was sentient,
The sun.
the sun and the earth.
Yeah, and you believe
'Cause
that
I'm going to keep bringing it back
basically
to a
if
topic.
you're believing if it moves, it's sentient.
Well, no. If a rock has some form of consciousness, maybe the most basic, then what does an object the size of the sun have?
Well, they know that if you stand on the sun, the square foot around you,
Yeah.
you're hotter than that part of the sun.
Why? It's not hot.
No, that's not hot.
Oh right. Yeah.
That's how big the sun. Do you do know how big the sun is, don't you?
Well, yeah. No, not really.
It's
No, it's
1
huge.
million times bigger than Earth.
Right. Yeah, it's massive.
But it's not bigger than Beetlejuice, is it?
No, it's not. But it's fucking big.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it sends solar flares out
Yeah.
and electromagnetic.
So, but what do you mean? You said stand on it because it's not hot.
No, you can't stand on the fucking thing. It'll disintegrate because
Right.
of all the heat around you. Because it's so big.
Yeah.
But that 1 square foot around you,
Yeah.
a human body is hotter than it. So that's how big the sun is to be that hot.
Oh, when you on Earth, you mean?
I mean, that's how big the sun is to be that hot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand.
You don't
what you
understand?
said. No, I don't understand that bit.
Yeah, it's. Do you know a solar flare?
Yeah.
A solar flare is like fucking really big.
Mm.
Right? Millions of fucking miles big. You know what I mean?
Yeah, huge.
So
and they have all different size solar flares.
Yeah, that's right. So in effect, that'd be the same kind of thing. It's only because of the size of it that makes it dangerous.
Right.
It's only
Yeah.
the size of it
Right.
that makes it so powerful.
Mm.
But in a smaller scale, it really isn't that strong.
Right. On Earth, in a way.
Kind of thing.
So like, if you're standing in 1 square feet of space on the sun,
Yeah,
On the sun. Yeah.
on the sun,
yeah.
your body temperature
Yeah.
is hotter
Than that one
in
square
what it's exuding than what that 1 square feet of
That's-
sun is beneath your feet.
That's exactly right.
And that's the size, he's saying that's the size of the sun and how much
Heat.
energy it's releasing
Because of its
for it
size.
Because of
Get
its square
here-
meterage.
to get here to
Square
make
area.
Because
yeah.
it's 1,000,000 times bigger
yeah,
than
yeah,
Earth.
it is
It's
yeah
fucking
there's a realm going on in there.
Yeah.
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 Just
Wow.
just like when you said
Like an orb.
That's right.
1 square foot.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. No, that's good. Thanks for explaining that. That
Yeah.
cleared it up. Actually.
I got that from Carl Sagan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put that in his show. It's like when you said before,
Well, hang on.
go on, sentient.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
You go,
sentient.
You go on your thing.
Fucking
Sentient.
jeez.
Oh, because
Yes,
you haven't answered me.
It is sentient because it inverts, it implodes.
But is it alive?
I
Does it
believe
think?
I believe
Does
it.
it think?
No, I don't think it thinks, man. No.
Or do you reckon the thought patterns that that its predecessors or ancestors on Earth that are living are thinking is in traction to the North and South Pole? And it's like a consciousness of a soul or a part of a soul that is still has the consciousness of the things that have actually put into it and created, like its fundamentals.
Yeah, but they weren't created by him. But anyway, no, it's not sentient, dude.
It's not.
No.
Mm.
Is a black
That's-
hole?
Well, but what about
Is a
the
black
Earth?
hole?
What about the Earth? We call her Pachamama, as if she's exists.
I think the Earth is absolutely sentient.
Okay, so
I
why,
think
why
I
not
think
the sun then?
I think as soon as
Why not every planet?
because I think as soon as fungus started growing, the first life on Earth, that's when it became sentient.
I don't know the answer.
So
I
is
just have a
sentient mean
feeling.
a consciousness?
Yes,
Yes, yeah, consciousness.
I think fungus has got a conscience,
Of course, yeah. But I think everything in this universe has consciousness.
and I think that
But
there's-
we're really
to
all,
varying
and I
levels.
don't think we're any more, like, obviously from a scientific point of view, if you look at the genetical makeup of it, you'll say, oh, you know, some things are more simpler than others. But I think from an energy perspective, I think it's all very much inclusive as a singular format.
yeah,
Because
that's right.
we're all only
That's sentient, yeah.
and probably humans is the most broken in it, like
And they're broken
on a
themselves.
harmonic survival level. And I think if you wanted to go onto a different scale altogether, I think that's also because I think one of our biggest flaws in nature, and especially towards what the Earth has to, I think, be a part of with us, is the fact that we can't get past our own immortality, or get past the reality of death. And I think that
A lot of us.
I think we self-destruct in order to have control. It's a bit like putting poison into your body. You self-destruct.
So you're saying
because
basically,
it gives you an essence of being able to bypass the reality of your own.
So you
of
give
your own entity.
you're giving a
in
reason.
general.
You're giving a reason for people to be greedy.
Or identity, more to the point.
You know what I mean? For people to be greedy and take what they can while they can, because death is going to be the ultimate stoppage. Me, I believe in a deathless death.
Yeah.
So there is no death.
Yeah.
I think death is just a made-up word that the Catholics or somebody fucking made up anyway.
Yeah.
I think that death has been emphasised in our history as far as what it is.
I don't think we talk about it. I think that's the first part to it. I think it's
I
something that
yeah.
we don't recognise as people.
Yeah, I don't think we talk
Until
about
it
it
gets
enough
to a-
either.
until it
It's
gets
because
to
it's a
Well,
part of life.
It's been removed from our society.
Yeah,
Like, you look at
because
old
it's
past cultures, they
That's right.
celebrate death.
That's right.
That's because of, and that's where I think, you know, selfishness and greed has come into it, because through trying to overachieve.
I think it's more than that. It's like a subtle fuckery in our system, because when we forget that death is possible, we're a lot more controllable. Like if we know that death's a reality, and that reincarnation, you know, it's just each life.
I think if we
after life.
harmonise with the reality of it, I think that's more to the point.
But it's like if you don't know, like we even put in the casket, you know, we paint people up to
That's
look
right, yeah.
alive.
That's right.
Like we don't.
We used to take pictures
acknowledge
with
death.
our dead.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and we'd celebrate that
Yeah,
death, and
yeah.
and now we don't, and it makes people not think about death. And when you don't think about death, like that's where you die.
You don't think about reset.
Right.
And if you don't think about reset,
Yeah.
you don't think about learning anything. You
Right.
don't think about experiencing anything.
Right.
All you're thinking
Right.
about is
100%.
experiencing basically for selfish and greedy reasons.
Yep.
Because there's going to be an end. But when you know that there's going to be a start again, you want to keep it for yourself for when you do come back. So they say, oh, you know, we should prosper and keep these things for our children's children. But the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of people out there that don't give a fuck about their children or their children's children, and so they are. That this is what helps drive them to be greedy, because they think there's an end.
Yep.
You know, so again, you know, it ponders to wonder what happens to the energy afterwards. You know, does it and the gate does it.
Well,
I don't know.
You're never really going to know until you go through
Until it
that
happens.
process,
No, but then,
right?
but yeah,
No one knows.
I don't
can
really.
fucking
To be honest,
speculate.
with you, I got to a point where I really don't want to know.
Yeah.
All I want to know is what happens in my journey.
Yep.
Similar to journeys that I've heard about and seen on documentaries and things like that, and through personal experience with other people, talking to other people. I truly believe that I had a friend that died of cancer when I was 14, 15, and he was just a couple of months older than me and that. And he told me with his on the death rattles, on his deathbed, he told me that he's seen that we're going to be seeing each other again. He said, "I know for a fact that we'll be seeing," and he said, and he didn't say it. He had the death rattles, so he had to catch his breath and say something, and then catch his breath and say more. And to me, he's always, when I hitched around Australia, to me he was always with me. I used to say to him, "Give me a lift, you shithead," you know what I mean? So,
yeah, but I feel that, like, if you think of it from a science perspective, like, time is now, like, we've got future, past, and there's this timeline, but I feel that death, you go into that no time space, and then you can, like, whoever is there can be at any point in that timeline.
Well, the thing
so
is,
they can, even if they've passed away, in that world, they're still interacting.
This
with
goes
the
back to
world.
the dimensions and time and space continuum. There can't be any time without space.
Right.
You get it? There can't be, because it takes time to go from point A to point B. Yeah. So Einstein and Sagan, all the greats, they turn around and they said, we know there's more dimensions. The thing is, as I said, when you're on the first dimension, the second dimension can see you, but you can't see the second dimension. When you're on in the third dimension, you can see the second and first dimensions, but they can't see you. So obviously it goes to say that if you're living in the fourth dimension, you can see the third dimension, but they can't see you. So who's to say that there's no time in the fourth dimension?
Right.
Who's to say that there's time in the first place?
Because to get from point A to point B,
but isn't that a perception still?
All depends. Again, it all depends on how you look at what angle you're coming from to look at it.
Because you look at if
you've got two trains going away from each other, okay, and they started at the same point, you've got time travel.
Well, you've got something that is having a natural movement in the atmosphere. So which we try to perceive
ultimately is time travel.
Yeah, I know, but I think.
Do you get it?
So even we talk about like black space or dead space or whatever it's called.
Black matter. Yeah.
Like even in that will be the smallest amount of existence of.
Well, that's what they're saying. There isn't, and they can't explain it.
Yeah, but.
And anything it touches, it just disintegrates. It just.
So
there's
therefore,
nothing there.
Therefore, the mass is
and
so combust. But let's say we like to think that we're great as humans and we can understand everything.
Yeah.
But if you get something that implodes in on itself, and let's say black matter is
like a black hole,
but exactly the
that
same
turns
as a black
into
hole.
a sun.
So if you have this, how are we, like they say, it's black matter? To me, we mightn't have the technology, but there'll be still things maybe that are way too dense inside of that for us to even be able to get a reading or an understanding of what that is.
To me, black matter is the opposite of something. It's absolutely the opposite of something, and that's what they're saying. They're saying that it's the opposite of matter, but it's not antimatter.
Yeah,
it's a real hard one. They don't know what it is, and they don't think that they're gonna be finding out in the near future. It's a really scary one actually. Because this stuff can actually
What?
make things not exist.
Yeah.
In other words, they think 200 years ago they discovered absolutely the energy never dies; it only changes.
Yeah.
This stuff kills energy.
Yeah.
That's what they're scared of. It kills energy.
Yeah.
So if you shoot a bit of energy into it, that energy is going to be non-existent.
Yeah, neutralised.
Completely. Just no stain, no nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, which means that maybe it's just like the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the dinosaurs, you know what I mean?
No trace of it at all.
Yeah.
No trace. At least we've got traces of that.
They can eat it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the density that it has.
Could be.
The sophistication
Could
or
be.
the evolutionary values of it that it's able to
Could be.
mitigate it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Could be.
To eat it.
And
We'll have
mitigate energy. So maybe it's so sophisticated what this thing's evolved to, this black matter, that it's actually able to neutralise the fundamental understanding of what we have as energy. Which means it creates a nothing, and then we're like, well, we don't know how to
bizarre.
We don't know how to do that. Otherwise, we'd disappear today.
Which is bizarre.
And would turn up over there.
Because it's absolutely
Maybe that's how
it's
it
nothing
works.
in itself.
Yeah. Maybe that's how you travel. You know?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's like the
Turn
Borg.
into dark matter and reappear somewhere else.
Understand energies to the nth node to be able to work out how to
I think
transport yourself.
we've got our Spock
We went there, yeah.
on the Starship Enterprise.
Well, if we fold
we're going to
space,
take off.
we're trying to learn how to fold space at the moment, so we can be instantaneously anywhere in the universe, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, if we fold space, and just a fraction of that shit's in there,
Yeah.
we're screwed.
Yeah.
So this is why we must learn about it, because we're really making strides in learning how to fold space.
You know what I reckon? They would be visited before we started to fuck with that stuff. There'd be I personally
I want to
believe
go to the
this.
fucking moon. I want to know if
Oh
it's
mate,
real
I
or
want
not.
to go all over the galaxies. That's putting
I'm
out
serious. I want to go to the fucking moon and see if it's real or not.
Go further than that. Like I believe there's hundreds of civilizations out there.
Yeah.
That's my belief. Like, and that's the world I want to live
Well, I've
in.
got a feeling there is something
Right.
living inside
Like
the Earth.
Star Trek there was something, but like there is a lot of civilizations out there. That's my belief. And there's some reason that
Certainly, I believe it.
they're not coming to Earth, and maybe it's to do with how conscious we are.
They're not talking about hundreds of thousands of suns. They're not talking about hundreds of thousands of planets.
Oh, without
They're
having
talking-
civilizations, man.
They are
It's
talking
obvious.
infinite
Yeah.
amounts
Of course
of
there's-
planets
of
and
course there's.
suns.
You know what this universe
And how's
is?
this one for you? The universe spreads faster than the speed of light, and the speed of light is the fastest thing out there. So how is it possible for the universe, the edge of the universe, to go faster than grow faster than the speed of light?
Because it's huge.
When the speed of light is the fastest thing we know. The space folds. It's folding out on itself. And that's what I mean about folding space.
Sure.
It's
what's-
folding out because you
What
know
is-
that space
what-
is.
what is the
is
purpose
flat.
of the universe? What is it? What is the purpose?
You see what I've got to put up with?
That's
what is the purpose?
That's the typical human asking of
Well, I'll give you
What
my.
is life?
why would you
I'll
ask
give
that? Why would you
Why are we here?
what do you feel more than now? And I think that's the biggest thing, like, that we fundamentally miss as human beings. What is the purpose of it? The purpose of it is now.
No, but what's the?
Thank
what's
you.
The, what's the
To be in the now.
Yeah,
to be the now, like,
definitely.
To be, as
You
best
know.
as
But
you
no,
can do
but
with
what's the? Why did the universe? Why is it created?
because you're trying to look at it as if it's something that has a purpose.
What? You don't think it has?
Well, it might not.
Well, the
That's
purpose
the
is now.
question.
That's it.
No,
Yeah.
no, but no,
so,
no, but
and the best we can do in
No,
that.
but do you get that?
is-
The purpose is now.
I get that. Yes.
So
but
basically, what
it's
he's
not-
saying is, whatever purpose you are making now, That's the purpose.
No. Yeah, okay, you're flowing with
That's the purpose.
whatever it is, yes.
That's
I agree.
it.
But what is the purpose of the whole universe?
Yeah, but you're trying to think of it by asking that question. You're fundamentally talking about it like there's a maker, or
Exactly.
there's a higher entity,
Or
Yeah.
it's
that
designed.
I mean,
so that's
this
that
world,
comes down to a belief then.
Yeah, sure.
But what
and
if
I do have a belief.
Because yeah,
But-
of course,
but
and
what
we
if
all
it
need to have a
isn't?
purpose.
What if it's not
But-
designed?
But sometimes
What if there isn't a higher being?
I know there is,
But what if there isn't?
because I've experienced it, that there is a higher self.
Well, you've experienced the being of everything, the feeling of being everything, a part of everything,
Yeah, one consciousness.
like we do when we pass. In my belief, like you understand. So when we pass away, we become a part of everything again. Yeah, and then we come, back because our vibration. They're trying to. I told you, they're trying to pluck one atom in the universe and have a chain reaction so it makes a sound through all the universe. Yeah, at the moment. And
Yeah,
so I've forgotten what the fuck we were talking about
consciousness.
now. I've lost it. It was a pretty deep one, and I was going somewhere with it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
man.
So
Stoner's
no,
Muller's
that's,
memory.
that's fine. It's just, I think the best gift. Let's say there is a maker, right? You don't go like, and probably from a philosophical standpoint, once you're born, you've been given the job. You know your job you've got everything in your realm to do a job. And I think
In your makeup, you've got yeah.
Let's say the maker's done their job. Well, they can't sit there and it's given you life. And
put
from
in
that-
your makeup your purpose.
well, or given you the ability to be
Yeah, in
able
your
to
makeup.
find your
Yeah,
purpose.
yeah.
To find your purpose,
Yeah.
I think is more to the point. And
But
I
they've
think-
got to put it in your makeup to do that. It's like a programming. Yeah, they've got to
no,
program.
but I mean, you've got your physical body, so it's come
That's
from
right.
it's come from a mother
Yeah,
and
yeah.
your father.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you've been given a vessel then to transport
a mother.
transport and a father.
Well, the father would have to be the universe, and mother's got to be Earth.
Yeah, but
Because
I'm
ultimately-
talking about from a human standpoint, the mother and father
Oh yeah, okay.
giving life to a embryo, and
Oh yeah, okay.
then you have your vessel, and that's us as we're sitting here today. So I think it's then your duty to find what is in your own.
So basically,
in
you're
your
saying
own
our
being.
purpose is to keep evolving.
Yeah, or to however you'd like to look at it. Yeah,
Yeah.
evolving as such.
So there you go. This purpose of the universe.
Yeah, so you could do it like
For
that.
us to all evolve or
So that's
create.
what I'm
It's a
saying. Yes,
creative
fundamentally we all
space.
do have purpose,
Yeah.
but you don't necessarily need to believe in something
No.
to still feel that purpose, because we're still really kind of wanting to do that purpose.
Well, I feel the purpose of tonight is to have a murder on a podcast live.
Right.
I reckon you and
No,
me,
we're-
you and me grab this little, we can string him up.
No, mate. It's never going to stop. I'm always going to be questioning. Because I'll tell you, my vision, what I understand is the purpose of the universe is for it to create. Like, look at the life forms on this earth,
Of course it is.
right? It is like you could look at it as a program. It's creating complex things.
Yep.
And it's like doing iterations every year is a new iteration, and what is going to be created, it doesn't even know.
Yep.
And that's like, but we are also part of that. We create as well.
Yep.
So we're like mini gods in a way that are like creating
Yep.
artworks and things, because we're helping to that complexity. We're building cities. We're building all these things. But that's what the universe wants us to do.
Yeah.
I feel that's my
Yeah,
take.
it's,
That on a
of course
purpose,
it's about creating, for sure.
it's a purpose. Is that, and then it comes
And
in.
everything evolves in reciprocation to the change that and the energy that we create.
Yeah. And so that's why I believe there's hundreds of like civilizations out there. It's like it's you just
Yeah,
got to
well,
look
that's
at
it.
how
It's-
diverse.
Well,
this
I believe
Earth
in
is.
infinity.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
it's not a belief, but
Yeah.
if it's going to be something, well,
Sure.
what is it going to be? Like a cardboard wall at the end, like after 16 billion light years or something? Oh,
Who
here's a
knows?
cardboard wall.
Yeah.
It's like, who the fuck's up there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It's
honestly,
amazing, right?
I think it goes
Fabric?
forever. So the.
Oh yeah.
I'm alright, thank you.
Sure.
Love
So
one.
I
I've got
think-
some butter.
I think
You have?
Yeah. Just here.
I think the statistics would have it. It's
To each, mate?
very likely,
Yeah.
They're fresh too.
very likely that there's
There has to be.
other life out there.
Oh, it's got to be,
Intelligent.
man.
I don't-
Intelligent.
It has to be.
That's my.
Are we having a cuppa with this? I think we
Yeah, I'll
should.
put the kettle on.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Make sure there's enough water, please.
Yeah, someone's got someone's got some lemon butter over there.
Yeah, I'm not want that with buns.
It looked like it. I was just spotting it. I haven't seen that.
Fuck,
in
I haven't
years.
had lemon butter in bloody years.
Yeah. No, I used to.
It's got to be over a decade.
I used to enjoy it. Yeah.
Oh, a bit stiff.
So, how long ago did this start?
I think 8 years ago, I think.
Welcome to Mindful Earth. Mindful Earth. So, 8 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. I've
Awesome.
only been here a couple of weeks, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, nice.
I think close to 3 weeks now.
Yep. Yeah, what a beautiful way to have Chrissy and New Year.
It was nice.
Yeah.
I didn't do much.
Yeah.
A lot of people did in the dome and that.
Yeah.
Had their parties and shit.
Yeah.
But I'm an old man.
Yeah.
Have you got another coffee, mate? Or
Do you want a coffee?
I'll grab one at just
Normal one?
Cafe. Yeah.
No, I'll make a cup of tea.
Yeah, cup of tea. I'll do it.
I don't think so.
Why?
Because you'll fuck it up.
All right. No worries.
I'm a fussy prick, mate.
Yeah, that's good. But I may be able to.
Make me a cup of tea.
Eh?
You make me one, really.
Oh. Isn't that interesting? Connoisseur of tea.
Yeah, well, I like nice things.
Yeah.
Sometimes I hardly eat for 3 or 4 days, so I can go out and buy a $30 steak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I figure if I don't spend the money on other food, I can have a nice meal.
Yeah.
I'm going to start drinking red wine.
Yeah, red wine.
I only want 1 glass with my meal every night.
Yeah.
Because they reckon it's fucking amazing for your gut
You
and
know,
stomach.
Odin?
Yeah.
He used to drink red. That's all he drank. That's all he ate. Red wine.
Yeah, no, I don't want a lot of it. I just want a glass of your meal every night.
No, yeah, but what I mean is like the stories they're telling you it's good for you.
Fuck yeah.
Red wine. It's the past.
Yeah, the scientists said it was pretty good too, buddy.
What's that?
The scientists said it was pretty good too.
Yeah, exactly.
And butter, you got butter or margarine?
Only butter. I love butter, cheeses, wines. I'm a connoisseur. It's the first time in my life where I haven't. But so I appreciate it.
Oh
Yeah, I was in some ways. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just
yeah, no, I know how to appreciate that kind of stuff.
yeah.
I've walked with that one.
I know. No, but it's like to experience life. It's enjoy life.
Yeah,
That's why
that's what I used to make.
these places I envisage as being fully abundant. Like, where we make amazing stuff. We eat, dress really beautifully. Yeah,
Just really beautiful.
yeah. You don't have to be dirty hippies.
No, it's fine. As you said, you
Culture.
30 feet.
You've got the jeans that have been washed for 3 weeks. But that can change.
Don't have to wash your jacket.
No, they're good, eh? Yeah, I like it when they're
You don't have to wash your jacket for years.
yeah. They sort of get to a certain level and then they just hold it.
Yeah, they seem to like
it. Yeah, it gets a little certain depth dirt and then no more.
These have been washing over 5 years, mate.
Oh yeah?
They've been stuck in the drawer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you set the Christmas tree up for next year. That's good.
Well, we planted it. It's the guys dug up the roots and was like, okay, let's see if that thing
It's living
grows.
all right.
Hey?
It's survived.
I know. I think it's going to survive.
Shit, oh,
Yeah.
great, that's big.
I told her you could put a hole in the roof and make it go out.
Why?
Yeah. Yeah, no. Because I've always conflicted with Christmas trees.
If you do that, you can extend the
Yeah.
base around, and when the rain comes through, you know, you have a really nice fucking tree.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I was always conflicted. It's like cutting down a tree didn't feel right.
Yeah.
Just for 2 days.
But they rooted it.
Hey?
They rooted it.
What do you mean?
Oh, so they dug the roots up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. What's the secret? A little bit of milk, a little bit,
Yeah.
shitloads of sugar,
No, it's usually, yeah.
2 sugars.
Yeah, but
And then milk. And
Can I have a copy?
yeah,
absolutely. You want a cup of tea or?
Oh,
grab a cup.
a copy.
just grab a cup.
You ready? Yeah, I said to me, I'm big mate, right? It's fucking brilliant, right? He's in the university when he's 16. And I said to him, yeah, so he made me cup of coffee. I said, you put the tea bag in, you put the water, you stir it, take the spoon out. I said, you leave it there for exactly 1 minute. 10 years after I met him, he was still, you want a cup of Joe? Yeah, no, he's still missing. You know, I said to him, you know, under a couple of years, I said to him, you know, only 7 minutes, just, you know.
Still like, great.
He's just such a stupid kid.
Maybe that was the secret. Maybe you told him the secret.
I did tell him the fucking secret. I told him what's the secret. Anyway, yeah, look, here's the real secret.
Do you want some milk?
Look.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, just do some. Okay, that's the secret. Just a dash. Yeah, that's where I usually do. What's the top of milk?
You know, you drink milk, please drink milk, it makes you sweat stink.
Yeah. You know what also is interesting? We should talk on the podcast about.
There you go, alright, I'm over there.
Okay.
I'm opening up the buns. You sure you don't want a bun, James?
Oh, I'm right, thank you.
Oh, excellent. That means that-
Solid sandwich all the way here from the servo.
That means Boh doesn't sacrifice one. Here you go.
Thank you kindly.
Where's our butter? Alright, I was first. What do you got here? Fucking peanut butter.
On there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna wipe it?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
It's like, there you go.
Yeah, that'll be right. Yeah, I better clean it now.
Alright, cross
so we
buns.
just-
Wow. And butter. Yeah, so I love butter. Talking about
Careful,
dairy
cholesterol,
cows. No, it's all bullshit.
My cholesterol's perfect.
Cholesterol is needed.
Mine's perfect. My levels.
Anyway, dairy cows. Because you can get, we want to get Jersey cows here.
Ooh, the big fuckers. Those tall ones.
Yeah, they're sort of with the horns.
Scary.
Sort of, no, they're not.
No, they're not.
They're
I know.
friendly.
Yeah, I know, but they look scary.
Oh no, that's that Jersey with the cowbell. That sort of image of a cow. Those guys. So cows are like a pretty cool animal. But,
Yeah, man.
but so Jerseys they have a very high fat content in their milk, like a lot of more cream, right? And this is the thing. Fat is essential for our growth and
The problem
development.
is, once you get those and you start milking, you've got to keep milking them.
Yeah, totally. But you got to also make cheese, so someone has to be able to do that too. You got to have
Yeah.
dedicated people. I'm the cow guy, and I'm going to look after them.
Mm.
You know. But the interesting thing is with Jerseys is that they have this amazing fat content, which is, I think, what we need as humans, way more than anything else. Animal fats. And we get it from
I think
dairy.
babies need it more. Teenagers. I think, but when you go in your 20s, I think you don't need it much anymore.
You know these Aryan people that come out of the Black Sea area, they're one of the reasons why they dominated Europe was because they had become lactose tolerant, right? So, like the Europeans that came in, we had developed a tolerance to drinking dairy.
You know, cows won't even eat corn.
Well,
We're not supposed to be eating corn.
No, that's right.
You know that?
No, that's right. Cows are not meant to eat grains.
They won't. They literally won't eat corn. You know what I mean? We've got to mask it. We've got to mask it.
Yeah, it's all wrong. But so the thing is like this fat is super essential for us, and it helped us grow.
Yeah.
Like into strong beings.
Brains.
Yeah, our brains, everything. So, but the interesting thing is the dairy cows that we have now, these Friesians, these black and white ones, they're all cloned from like a cow in the 20s.
Okay.
They're all fucking cloned. Like they're all producing a certain type of milk. And I guarantee that milk's fucking not good for us.
No, I'm probably guarantee
It was
it
like
too.
they cloned that cow for production, not quality. And now that's all the shit. And then they pasteurize it, kill all the good stuff.
Did you see that rotten show where about the cow industry in America, about the feed?
Oh, I don't want it.
No, there was this one dude. He bought a shitload of property, and he let the cows wander through the veggie patches. And they shit all in the veggie patches and everything, you know. And it's a new way of farming now.
Yeah.
And it regrew the property in that, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing. I can't explain exactly.
No, I've been right into it, like permaculture and that type of farming. That, like, the big one is
China took the same approach to this part of the country that was like fucking huge part of huge bad damage to the land and that. And it's all green and that again now.
Yeah.
They really saved fucking like literally hundreds of kilometres of fucking this desolate shit. Is that nice, man?
You can use these techniques, like farming techniques, where like the cows go through a certain area, they shit, and then flies lay their turds, like maggots, and then they bring chickens through, and the chickens eat the
That's
maggots.
what he was doing too.
Yeah,
he's the
and
chicken.
then they spread the poo all over the ground, like rather than just
that's
cow
right.
pats.
Yeah, and they scratch the ground up and that, and they can move on.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's really a good
And
system.
the chicken eggs, the shells are heaps harder.
Yeah,
Colour's beautiful.
Yeah, and they're eating grass.
You know.
Like chicken industry, even the free range chickens, they're not on grass.
No.
Like that's
Pellets,
they
mate.
love chickens eat a lot of grass.
Pellets.
Yeah, it's all pellets. And, so you're going to get a lot more benefit from chickens roaming.
I worked at a stock feed. I used to make the stock feed.
Yep.
Horrible place.
I bet.
I got a really bad rash all over me. No,
Just from the chemicals and
probably.
yeah. So, getting back to butter.
Yep.
We need to eat more butter.
Yeah,
You can't get fat from eating fat.
well, I only eat butter. I won't eat margarine.
It's a like fat. Like I used to eat like a block of camembert every day. Yeah, and it was just like, isn't it? I couldn't put weight on.
That was the pizza I had last night. With chicken and camembert.
Right.
You know the one at Domino's? I'd never. Oh, it was fucking Domino's pizza. It was a Domino's pizza.
Yeah, it was good.
It was fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Never had a Domino's pizza like that before.
I think they've lifted up their game.
$18 it should be.
18? Yeah. Yeah, because it used to be like $7 pizzas, didn't it?
Yeah, right. I ate the whole fucking thing, but
Huh?
I ate the whole thing.
Yeah.
God, it was nice.
Can't go wrong with pizza. I want to build a pizza oven here. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, that was good. Thank you. So another one.
I don't want it. I'm full.
So sentient. Go. I'm gonna maybe we have like a topic for the night.
Yeah.
So this is a sentient. Is the sun sentient? Because. Yeah. What do you reckon?
Well, it doesn't think.
Well, maybe it does.
It just does.
Yeah. Because there's been many ancient civilizations that worship the sun.
Yeah.
Right, the sun. Why are they worshipping the sun? Okay, it puts out heat.
Is there any that have worshipped the moon? Do you know? James?
I think there's like moon goddesses.
Yes.
Yeah, the sun's always been worshipped as much as, or the moon as much as the sun.
You reckon?
Yeah, 100%.
Wow. Really? I
Well,
don't honestly, I've watched fucking hundreds and hundreds of docos and I don't think I've ever...
Yeah.
I've heard of the goddesses thing.
Or even like a basic example of it is you look at the pyramids and their structures, or all the rock formations that they've built in these ancient temples. They're all have moon parallels.
Yeah, they do.
guidances,
That's right. They do. Yeah, actually.
Naturally, gravity in the sea. That's why they go fishing for shark. 3 nights before the full moon. And it's not just that. The actual gravity of the sea changes with
That's
the.
right.
With
Yeah, it controls the tides. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So, I think, all of that would have been very recognised back
In the day.
Shit, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's always the
100%.
story of the werewolf. There's always on a full moon.
Yeah.
Like the change in human behaviour on a full moon.
There's more crime on a full moon,
Yeah.
but they reckon that's just because there's more light.
I reckon there's more to it because, like, my mum used to go crazy on a
there's one
full
there.
moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we used to joke about it.
Really?
Yeah. It's like, oh no, full moon, mum's gonna go crazy.
People are more. People are.
No, you had a
people.
rich one, didn't
I
you?
think.
Oh, not well.
Well off, whatever.
She was, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's usually... Do you know the Australian
Drink.
crawl, Boys Light Up?
Mm.
Do you actually know the words?
No.
You don't know what it's about?
No.
It's about... Do you, James?
I don't.
You should be fucking ashamed of yourselves, both of you. Call yourselves Australian. No, so, yeah, that's right, in the driveway. It's about a rich male lies a housewife, and the husband's gone off to business again, flying off for business again, and she's home bored shitless. Pulls over. They actually say the words. She opens the drawer and pulls out mother's little helper.
Yeah, the Coke.
And then she's got the she's got the taxi driver in the driveway and told him to come inside, and she's teaching him naughty things. Handful of pills, she's got to take the pills because she's so bored all the fucking time.
Yeah.
You know, on a trip up to the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
In the Flash Hotel room. You should read the words. It's a good song.
A commentary on a shitty life.
It's a fucking good.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's like, you know, usually. So what they're saying is like, you know, that's the life of a rich wife. You know?
Yeah. But a lonely life.
Yeah, lonely and.
Yeah. Because her husband's off away.
Just as fucked up as before.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Because that's ultimately what we want is connection with others.
Yeah.
Right, and
To me, they just say all
wealthy people are locked up in these isolated little fucking mansions. They don't see anybody.
The little boxes.
They don't even talk to anybody, you know? It's like, can't be healthy.
No, it's not.
And ultimately, that lady is just looking to hang out and talk to people.
My ex-father,
like-minded people.
My ex-father-in-law, Pommy, English, and he come over here in the 60s. Anyway, he used to look after this old ex-Nazi that moved to Australia after the Second World War. And he was rich, this Nazi dude, and he lived in Mount Eliza in a fucking mansion. It was beautiful. Anyway, I went and helped. He died, and they were in charge of the estate. And I went in to help him clean up a little bit. And fucking the smoke, you could still smell. He'd been dead for like 6 months, and you could still smell smoke in the house, the cigarette. And you could see the cigarette stains all through this house, you know, and it was fucking disgusting, you know. And I thought to myself, why bother having a fucking nice house in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't know.
No. I see what you mean. If you're gonna have a beautiful,
it's like when I'd left school about 5 years or so, and me and a mate were going fishing. And he was a cleaner, and he used to clean this high school. And it was a Saturday morning. I met him at 6 in the morning on a Saturday morning. He's going, I've just got to go into the high school and do this job show, you know. I said, I'll give you a hand, you know. He's going, you beaut, you know. So I went to the high school and I come to the boys and the girls' toilets. He goes, what do you want? Which one? And it was only like, as I said, I'd only been about 5 years out of school. I said, I've never been in the girls' toilets, you know. I go, you know. He's going, yeah, no worries, mate. You go for it. I'll do the boys. And I walked in there, and in blood and shit and everything were words written, you know, such and such is a slut, fucking all this. And it was fucking disgusting. And I went back out and I said, dude, what the fuck? I'm not cleaning that up. Yeah, this guy is pretty bad, isn't it? He goes, fucking, the girls are fucking disgusting. And it never occurred to me, you know? Yeah. It never occurred to me that they'd be like that. I always thought, you know, the girls' toilets would be all clean and pretty, you know. Fucking dirty. So that was a culture shock. I don't know why I'm talking about that. What would you?
Yeah, I'm trying to work out why as well.
I don't know. What were we talking about?
So are you insinuating that women are dirty?
No, I'm insinuating they're all the same.
They're all the same.
Rich, poor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No,
the dirty house that you're, obviously, and then you're related to giving a bloke a hand back in your childhood when you were in that sort of time era.
Yeah.
Saying that, girls are dirty as well.
Yeah.
No, see, this is,
You know what I mean? Why bother having a house, the dude, when he's going to treat it like that, Women, they're just the same.
But you can't put,
they're just as bad as each other.
You can't say women, because you can't
they're
put everyone...
They're just as bad as each other as men and women.
No, but you're putting everyone in...
When it comes to women, he thinks if a bloke mentions the word woman, he's putting them down.
Yeah.
I'm not putting women down.
I'm saying but I'm
not
saying
putting
that
down.
you can't. No, but you can't put everyone into a box.
No, they put themselves in a box.
No, but you cannot say that all women are the same.
I didn't mean it. I just meant in general, in the way that we've brought up.
But generalising
by
is
government-issued fucking books.
Generalisation is dangerous.
Not really.
Yeah, it is.
No, I think
because
You
you
know,
start
people
know
putting
what I mean.
people in categories.
I think you know
I'm
what I
gonna
mean.
be judge and
Mediator.
executioner here.
Yeah, awesome.
So the what was said got lost in translation because you were insinuating in certain parts of that when you were speaking
Yeah.
that you had a really high, obviously going through your thought patterns of why you were just sitting there
A
having a
higher
chill out.
opinion of women than
No,
what...
but you were talking about the Nazi fellow to start with, and you're, just curious in a child's body. Why would you have something so beautiful when you're
Yeah,
not
that's
going to
right,
look
yeah.
after it?
Yeah.
Because this is what, most people aspire to wanting to have.
Yeah.
And then you went to helping the cleaner out that you were mates with. And when you went into the woman's toilets, you saw how dirty it was. And you were saying that that was a big shock to your system from a male perspective.
That's absolutely.
Because you had rose-coloured glasses for women.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
you didn't
I thought
really
I said
mean,
that. I said I thought.
but
I
then
thought
you,
that it was
but then
all
you
clean.
accidentally threw a left hook, and you said, so therefore all women are dirty.
No, I didn't say that. He said that.
No, but you.
He said that. He's putting words in my
No,
mouth.
but you said no, but you said that in a comment, and he jumped on the gravy boat.
Yeah, I know.
And then you tried to.
He always does.
And then it got lost in translation there for a minute of where we're going with it.
Yeah, because I've got Muller's memory.
Yeah. No, but I'm just.
See,
well,
so
okay,
anyway,
no,
so
no,
don't
hang on,
make
wait,
out that I'm
wait.
putting women down.
No.
Because I don't put women down.
No, I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm saying
but
that
you
you
insinuate.
cannot
You're
put-
insinuating it.
This is a law, right? An LORE about life.
But you're insinuating.
No,
it.
listen to
You
me.
do. You come down hard on me, and it's like, don't you mean?
Yeah.
I
okay.
actually, I did mean that. Sorry about that.
No, but you
I am
cannot.
a stoner.
You cannot put people. If I say.
Does he give me a fucking hard time or what?
Well, you got to listen.
No, he's trying to
gotta
make
listen.
he's trying to make harmony with the conversation that's been through the air.
Oh well, too bad. Too late.
He's
He
trying to
can't.
re-articulate it as a friend.
No, he can't.
Well,
No,
at
you
least
need to
dive
just
into the
hear me
premises
out,
of
hear
it.
me out.
No,
That's
because
what
I
asked.
don't. I really.
He's
feel,
not saying you're wrong.
I really do feel like I do respect women a lot.
Oh.
I really do, and I think you've seen that I do.
But this is not necessarily about women. This is my point. So
Putting
if you
everybody in
can-
a box.
It's when we
Yeah, I don't put
categorise
everybody in a
people,
box, but
because
yeah.
you cannot say all women.
We do that as we grow up,
But we cannot do that.
but
'cause
as we get older, we
there's
realise
fucking-
that people are different.
Everyone is different.
That's right.
So we can't do boxes.
No, we can't.
And so that's what was my point.
Yeah, yeah,
It's not.
yeah.
I
I'm pretty
understand
sure
you respect women.
somebody else was listening.
I know
they
you're
what
coming
meant.
from the way you talk about women. I know you respect women,
Yeah,
but you coming from a different world than where
Yeah,
I've
that's
come
right.
from. You're coming from a different world, right?
yeah, that's right. Well, kind of.
And see,
Kind of. You know,
You still
I've seen your world. I've lived in your world. I know your world. I know your world inside out.
sure,
It's a kind of a very simplified world,
it's
really.
very simple. It's a square peg.
It's a very boxed world.
Yeah. Well, that's what they fucking want us to be in. We live in that world, right? That's what living in the suburbs is.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. They're all in boxes.
with gates and fences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
in that sense, they're all the same.
That's the design.
Is that right?
Look at China.
You know,
I mean,
have you
they're
seen?
all
I don't
more and more
know.
like
Have you seen
robots.
weeds?
Maybe we could
Have you
just-
seen weeds?
Maybe we could be politically correct about it, and
No,
we
fuck
could just
that.
say that we all
Politically
we all
correct. What
shit,
is that?
we all shit, we all sweat, we all have
Listen,
we all have stinkiness to it ourselves, but some of us have more sanitary prerogatives than others.
Yeah. Have you seen
Yeah.
Weeds,
Yeah.
the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different levels
Have
of
you seen? Have you,
hygiene.
have you
Yes.
seen Weeds, the show?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you know the start with the song.
No, so because I would have watched this back in probably about 2006 when I was in high school.
You don't know the song, The Little Boxes? Little boxes, little boxes.
Oh, vaguely. It's been a long time.
And then everybody goes to the universities and becomes doctors and lawyers.
Mm,
Yeah?
yeah, not off by heart.
And then they go back to their boxes.
I never watched it.
Go around? Yeah, play it. You go YouTube, Little Boxes.
So that's the talk about putting everyone in boxes.
Oh, it's fantastic the way they do it.
Right.
It's a great song.
Scrubs? Is it?
No, Weeds.
Weeds.
That's at
Yeah,
the,
that's the
it's
realising
at the
that.
start of every show.
Here we go, little boxes. We're going to turn this one off as well. This it?
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of different people sing it. But when they show it on the show, they've got the actual people going out of their boxes in the cars and driving to the universities. And
Yeah, nice. It's a pretty clever show.
Little boxes
Very.
on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes
Yeah.
all the same.
All
There's
the
a
same.
pink one and a green one and a blue one and a
A
yellow
yellow
one.
one.
And they're all made out of ticky-tacky and they
all
all
look just the same.
And the people in the houses all went to the university where they were put in boxes and they came out all the same. And there's doctors and lawyers and business executives and they're all made out of ticky-tacky and they all look just the same. And they all play on the golf course and
wonder if
drink
we'll get-
their martinis dry and they all have pretty children and the children go to school and the children go to summer camp and then to the university where they are put in boxes and they come out all the same. And the boys go
And this is
into
the
business
theme song.
and
Yeah.
marry and
Nice.
raise a family in boxes made of ticky-tacky and they all look just the same. There's a pink one and a green one and a blue one and a yellow one and they're all made out of ticky-tacky and they all look
Just the same.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got to watch this when you play music
And
on
they all go to the.
a podcast.
They all go to the girls' toilet in the high school and they're dirty pigs. And then they all grow
some
up
are-
just the
some-
same.
Some up, not there. You know, this is the we've got to get our words right. Honestly,
I know, you
it's
idiot.
important.
I know. Yeah, don't, you know, come on, give me a break, will you?
No, sorry,
Fucking hell.
can't give you a
All
break.
women.
Hey,
You're the one that put those words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
what?
All
No.
women are the same. You said that. You said, so you're saying that all women are the same. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that.
No,
But you just fucking tried to hammer me, man. Yes, you did, man.
it's a group thing. We're talking about groups. It's
So-
like, don't put people in boxes.
Is this
But
recording?
they are in boxes.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can always play it back.
Yeah, yeah.
Go on. Go on.
Perfect.
Go on.
Oh,
Play it back.
not now, like later. Or you
Yeah.
can. Yeah. Anyway,
He can, but he can't. Doesn't know how.
or can. But yeah, I don't.
Anyway, they are all in boxes. And they all look just the same.
Small boxes or large boxes.
I suppose it all depends what you do in university.
I don't know. I don't think you learn that much in university.
Well, it's a small box then.
Definitely learn a lot more in life.
Unless you become a business executive. Then I suppose it's a big box.
A big box.
Have you seen...
That's coming full circle back to that CEOs are psychopaths.
Yeah.
That's coming back, that whole conversation, we came back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That song
Yeah.
says they're all psychos.
Yeah. 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 Always remember Osho saying it's like, the problem is humans think that because if half the world's population believes something, it must be the right thing. You know, like it's this safety in numbers thing, that we follow the system because it's everyone else is doing it,
I will
but
admit.
it might not be fucking the right thing.
Yeah.
But because everyone's doing it, oh, okay, it must be
Yeah, that's right.
the norm.
Mentality of the mass.
Yeah.
The masses.
Yeah, we just copy. We're a fucking copycat.
100th monkey effect.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
There you go, right back to the 100th monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets that's the reason for a lot of things, man.
And this is why.
Gang mentality,
Sure.
tribal
Yeah.
systems,
Yep. Yep. But this is why.
subconscious explosions.
This is why, if you want to change the world, right?
Mm.
I believe it's possible.
Yeah.
You have to change what people think and what they
That's right.
what they want in the world.
Yeah.
And what they think is possible. Because a lot of people don't think harmony in a community or a tribe is possible. But I think it is.
It's achievable.
Yeah. But we've got to show people. The only way to do it is to show it.
Yeah,
Like create it,
Yeah.
and then people will see it.
Yeah.
But if you talk about it, no one's going to believe you. So that's the only way is to do it. And that's why I keep going back to, like, we need those funds so we can make this thing happen. We do a demonstration project, and then we learn from that,
Yeah.
and then we go to a bigger project, and then we build them all over the world. That's the vision. It keeps coming back to that for me. Yeah. And then we have a hell of a good time doing it.
Well,
Like a fucking amazing time.
well, we had a pretty good time.
Yeah. Like, but you blow your mind time.
Did you go to the circus tonight?
What's the circus? Oh, is it proper circus?
Yeah.
No.
Are you going to be here tomorrow night?
Yeah, is there a circus around?
It starts on Friday, but it's a cabaret. It's
Yeah.
free entry
Yeah.
until Friday.
Whereabouts is that at?
Thursday night's going to be good.
Mm.
And after they do the cabaret, they just put on a bit of music and that, and
Yep.
it's pretty good, man.
It's
Cool.
just 5 minutes from here.
Yeah, nice at the pub.
No, it's in a paddock at a farm.
Oh, okay.
But they've been doing it for 30 years, so
Yeah.
they've got it all set, infrastructure's all set up. And
It's probably the
Pretty-
best circus setup I've ever seen. It's
Mm.
the biggest circus setup I've ever seen.
yeah.
Mm.
I can't believe it. They've got big tents everywhere.
What, and they play like a bit of electronic and stuff like that, do they? Or
They did afterwards, yeah, after
They're
the
called.
show.
They've got
or
a.
is it a proper circus? Are we talking animals here? Or
No,
No,
animals.
no.
No, just
No.
human
What's a proper circus?
Well, I don't.
With or without animals?
Well, that's the only circus that I would relate to being under
Yeah,
an
well,
English understanding.
It's a human circus.
A human circus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Performers.
Yeah, so I've never been to a any whatever.
Yeah, well, you
festivals
fucking need to
or-
go. Well, you need to go to one.
it's
Yeah,
really
like
good,
that.
man.
Yeah.
I've got to say, I was surprised how big it was and how clean. It's a really beautiful circus.
Yeah, they fucking run it really well.
They
And
got the band's called The Band That Never Was.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Mm.
And they're really good too.
Mm.
And it's funny. It was funny, and it was good, man.
Yeah.
Mm.
And they've had the performers, up the ropes and all that, and the shield, the jugglers, all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff, on
Yeah.
the stage, just for the kids,
Yeah. Oh, kids go as well.
Yeah, it's
heaps-
great. And all the
heaps
kids, when they're finished with the cabaret, the stage thing and that,
Yeah.
the kids go home, with the parents, and
Yep.
then there's like,
Then people kick on.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a special little place in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
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 And they just do it one event per year. So
Yep.
that's their, yeah. And,
Yeah, it's fucking
and
good,
this
man.
year's like lots of international performers, supposedly.
Yeah.
Have all come over.
There's a lot of interesting people there,
Mm.
a lot of interesting people.
Mm.
Beer, they got the beer and that happening. They're pretty not bad price either, I suppose. But the pizzas and that, and whatever. I wanted one of those pizzas when I saw them,
They're good pizzas.
and they just ran out.
All right, so sentient.
Okay,
So the Earth's sentient.
is a
but
robot
the sun is
sentient?
not. No,
but why?
no, because it doesn't have consciousness.
But they don't know that. They don't know if it gets to a point of consciousness or not.
Yeah, but that's what we've seen. We haven't seen.
Well,
like
if a
conscious.
robot can repair itself, or if a robot can teach itself,
Yeah.
isn't that sentient?
I think
I would have thought anything that produces energy is sentient.
I thought so. I thought
Because
because
otherwise-
rocks can sing
Yeah, well, they definitely would transmit some sort of a
vibration.
vibration
Yeah,
or
they do.
frequency through them.
They do.
Vibration, at least.
Because you've got to remember, inside every atom, there's a fucking electron in that going fucking the speed of light. And you try, at the speed of light inside an atom, and we've got fucking trillions of atoms in us. So is a rock. You know.
So therefore, the sun would be sentient as such.
Oh, yeah. It just doesn't think.
maybe it does.
Yeah, but this,
Oh,
but
fucking
then therefore you're saying that it doesn't have an identity because essentially as us, we don't really need to think it either.
It ain't never said good
if
morning to
we're-
me.
Well, maybe you should
if we're trained in
listen to it.
if we're trained in a Zen, if we're trained in a Zen, we don't need to think either. We could just have frequencies and
We have, yeah,
go
definitely,
about things without thought.
But yeah, thought.
Well, that's
we
the
need
thing, isn't
thought.
it? After we pass away, we can't. How can we remember things? How do we? Like, you got a doco with these kids, and they can remember their last lives until a certain age.
Yeah.
How is it that they can remember if it must be able to be put into the vibration,
consciousness.
Yeah.
into their vibration, into their. So if you get Fibonacci, and you cross the two circles, and in that little tiny bit that's formed in the middle, every mathematical equation is in that.
Yeah.
So, what's to say that I've lost it again?
Yeah.
Consciousness.
Yeah, so we're going into a spiritualism by talking about this, and therefore there's a lot of belief concern.
but it's still science, but you know.
Yeah. I'm not
it's-
saying that it's not. I'm not dismissing it. I'm just
Yeah.
saying we're going by like what people have said and taking it on their word. And you can say, well, from the documentary, they remembered so much about their past lives, and
That's
it
right,
was
yeah.
all so,
So
you
it
know,
must-
in context.
yeah.
But you know, let's go back to the 100th monkey.
Yes.
If it gets told enough or shown enough, well, therefore it can reproduce.
Yeah, but there was a lot of other children that with
exactly.
stories and that
Yeah.
kind of couldn't happen.
There's 7 billion people in the world.
You know, so yeah, but to recognise one singularity of history that meant nothing, and it wasn't in any recorded history, you know what I mean? There's not
Yeah.
going to be too many people talking about that. But the thing is that it must be like a computer memory. You can put memory into a computer, you know, through energy.
Yeah.
And they had a long time. For a long time, they couldn't get silicon to hold the memory. Yeah, that's why the laptops are now and everything is so thin and so good after the year. I think it was after about 2000 or something. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Could have been later actually, about 2005, 2008. When our first handheld touch screens came out, that's when they mastered it.
Yep.
So silicon can hold memory.
Yeah.
So you know, energy can hold memory.
Yep.
In different forms.
Yep.
So who's to say that a vibrational frequency can't?
Yeah.
You know, and even though it's only to a certain age, 7 or 8 years old, that they can remember, it just.
I saw a great documentary on YouTube where it was a kid who was like 4 years old, and he remembered his past life, which was a fighter pilot in World War II.
Seen that one?
It's pretty cool.
And he was having nightmares galore,
Right.
and then the family took him back to Hawaii.
They had a reunion, and he remembered the
and they
people.
threw flowers in the water.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Yep.
and it put him at peace.
Yep. But he knew all that. They had reunion. He knew all the old
Oh,
guys.
the fucking
Like, he knew them
yeah,
by name.
the things that he remembered was
Yeah.
just
He knew the
incredible.
plane that he'd been shot down in, everything. And so
Mm.
that, to me, that's because the question. I guess what your question is reincarnation possible or not?
Yeah. It's not so much a question. It's just more so questioning all the possible avenues of it, because it's like saying, you know, I'd like to be I'm an optimist. Well, there's only so long you can be an optimist for before you come undone.
Mm.
So I think as a general person, even going to like let's say a volcanic formation, like it goes out and it combusts, it goes through a whole process, and I think, you know, when you look at rock, it's like a very hard substance, and it's something that has
The fuel, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think of that in a philosophical level in human life. I think you have to have the pessimism and the optimism
That's right.
to create a wholeness of a reality of understanding.
Yeah.
And therefore, what I was doing, it wasn't a question. It was more just, it's possible that it may not have happened, but it's also possible that it has happened.
Hypothesis.
Yeah. So then you have opening of understanding without judgment, because that's what I think you like to try and achieve as a human being.
Yeah.
Well, myself anyway, to be open to all
Possibilities.
parables, if
And
you call it that.
possibilities.
Yeah, possibilities
But
that is possible.
don't ever forget about
So it's not
hope.
that you're not saying that you can't. It's not something that you can put a foundation block in,
Don't-
but
don't-
it's something that
yeah.
you can be open to discovering on
But
your
don't
life's
ever
journey.
forget about hope.
Yeah, hope's good.
There's always
belief,
hope.
faith. Yeah, of
You know
course.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
faith.
if you've got hope, if you've got
plenty of
hope,
those things.
you've got belief
Yeah.
in what you believe.
Yeah.
And that should be enough.
Yep.
You should be happy with that.
Yep.
You know.
Mm.
And that should be a person's higher being. You know. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
Well, it means that all women are not the same.
That's true. It's a true statement. Yeah.
Sorry,
cheers,
man.
Oh, you're right.
I've been
Yeah,
really
so,
bad
but
rolling up.
the point being, though, that reincarnation, half the world's religions believe in it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence to suggest
Yeah,
that it
well, most of them
exists.
do really, but yeah.
Even there's a lot of stories of people remembering past lives. Like they said, when the Buddha attained enlightenment, he saw all his past lives at once.
Do you know what I
Yeah,
find
like this.
interesting is everybody in the trenches,
Right.
the ones that didn't believe in God, every one of them prayed to God in the trenches.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
when they thought it was their last
Yeah.
moments,
Yeah.
all of them prayed to God. That to me, that's just a programming. You know, you get it? That's hope.
Yep.
At its rawest form.
Yeah.
I heard there was a story of they did these tests on rats where they just put a rat in a bath of water and measured it and timed how long until it gave up. And then,
Yeah, I know this one. Yeah, go.
and then it drowned.
Yeah.
But they saved it before it drowned.
That's right.
And it was 15 minutes. And then the next day they did it again. How long do you think the rat swam for?
That was a good.
3.5 minutes.
Yeah, so this is the thing. It's like it was like 2.5 hours. It swam for 2.5 hours because
that's cool, isn't it?
because it had hope. It thought knew
Yeah.
that something was going to grab it.
Yeah.
Which is that's like all humanity. That's what we need is hope.
And that extra time is enough to save a life, you know.
Yeah, really.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that extra time is enough. It's like if you've got that hope, it can change your whole character. It can take a whole darkness out of your life because you know that there isn't an end. You know, and it gives you a freedom of spirit. It gives you a freedom of thought. It gives you a better way of life in yourself. You know, just I don't know. It's better.
Yep.
It kind of, I don't know, it makes, I like to think that it's made me a better person. It's have that hope anyway.
Sure. Yeah. There's Viktor Frankl. He was guy in the
And
concentration.
I love women.
We know that. We know that. He was in the concentration camps as a doctor.
Who was it?
Viktor Frankl. He wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning,
Okay.
and because he saw people dying every day, right? And he was like, why are some people dying and others aren't? Because they're all under
in
the same
situation.
conditions.
Yeah.
It's like fucking, So, and it was the people that survived were the ones who had hope.
Yes.
They wanted to see their family.
I think I watched a doco on that.
Right.
I think they might have turned that into a doco.
They would have, because it's an amazing book.
Because I watched that.
Yeah, and but it was also hope to see the sunrise.
Yes, yeah. As long as the sun goes down and comes up.
They were seeing the beauty in that,
Mm.
and it's like being able to see the sunrise every morning, like looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Gives
Did you see?
hope.
Did you see anything about the children's paintings?
No.
When the children were in there, they got them to, after they were releasing that, they got them to paint paintings about when they were in there.
Oh yeah.
And some of those paintings are the most fucking darkest things I've ever seen. Something that I never ever thought could enter a child's mind.
Yeah.
I mean, really dark, man.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. It's just like really horrible pictures, images, and some of them weren't even pictures of things. They're just horrible strokes of paint. Oh yeah, it's terrible. So
yeah, humans can be dark, and but this is the thing: is we don't need to be.
But why is it dark?
because there's light.
Yeah, but like why, like that'd be a perception.
Because
of
it's needed.
Saying some people are like, oh, they'd never wear black, or they don't want their family wearing black, and they don't want black in their faith or anything to do with it. So what makes black such a bad
negative thing?
Yeah.
I've got a great analogy.
Our programming of history, I guess, the way that they've used black in the past.
Because it challenges our hope.
But no, not. It's like, why do we say that there's a hell, or why do we call it devil? And that's because the Catholic Church made those words.
Mm.
They invented those words.
Yeah.
So as the generations were coming through, that was getting darker and darker.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah, called creation.
Like the
and what
the first
what makes it so dark? I
the
think
first religion that was out there, they reckon, that was not to celebrate light, or it was to celebrate the dark side of us.
Yeah.
And
or
and because that was part of life.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I think the biggest thing that they done in making dark is the fact that they actually went and burnt people at the stake that had things abnormalities about them.
Well, I
think that's eventually what makes hell for the fact of the torture that we put things through in order to create what our mind, I think.
Do you know
we're
why?
always fascinated with our creation.
Do you know why they burnt those witches? I did a history in English of English, and when they first went to America, English had just been created.
Yeah.
And so there was and they were very religious people, the ones that went to Plymouth Rock, and there was a very strict code of speaking properly. And if you twisted words, and so some of the dudes would probably twist a few words to make the girls giggle or whatever, because the invention of English is continuous.
Yeah.
It's every year the dictionary adds words, and they're big still today, and it will continue like that forever.
Yeah.
And so the leaders of the encampments and the encampment at Plymouth Rock, and that they said basically, it wasn't at Plymouth Rock actually, it was later on, but they said that anybody that doesn't speak proper English is using witchcraft and it's a spell. They're using words to create a spell,
Yep.
and to twist somebody's way of thinking. And that's why they started burning them. That's why they didn't actually burn that many. It was they've emphasised that in history as well.
Yep.
You know, there wasn't that many that was done,
Yep.
but over in Europe there was.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, the very first witch burn was it Scandinavia or something, one of those countries.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it was one of those countries in that area or somewhere. It might not have been that one, but it was in that area. And she was the first one, and that was because she enticed a rich. She was a living nanny or something, and she enticed the rich husband. You know, and they had an affair and they fell in love, and the wife turned around and said she's a witch, and that was the very first person in the world to be burnt as a witch.
Do you know why witches have broomsticks?
Why is that, mate?
In the
Are you serious or
yeah.
is this a joke?
Yeah, no, it's a true story.
Oh.
Yeah. They make up sort of ointments,
their
and
broths
posts, their broths, but they would make up psychedelic broths.
Yeah.
And they would use the broomstick to insert it into their vagina.
Did they?
Yeah, that's how they would take the medicine in without getting side effects.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
Yeah. And when they would go to a witch's house, they would check the broomstick.
But not all women are the same.
No. But this obviously a witch, someone who's connected to nature.
Is that to see if the husband or the wife's been doing the housework?
Hey?
That was a joke.
Yeah.
That was a good one too.
Yeah, so
But we love
that's
women.
actually a true story. Like that's was where the
Yeah, I believe that.
Did you ever wonder why there's a broomstick and a witch?
Actually, I love all women. I'm taking the fifth on this one.
Yeah, it's getting a bit too psychedelic to comment on.
Yeah. Do you believe that they would do
You're giving
such
me
a
too
thing?
much.
Oh well, when psychedelics come into it, it's quite possible.
Of
And-
course.
Yeah, and medicine as well, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Like plant medicines,
Witches are free thinkers, man.
brewing up broths.
They would have partied something shocking.
What's yours? What's your background?
My background.
Yeah.
Scott,
What's Scott?
Scottish,
Oh, Scottish.
Canadian, German.
Yeah, but no. What's your life?
Did you do a DNA
story?
test?
Oh, my life.
Yeah.
Um,
A DNA. Yeah, have you done one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you, I'm a 29% Scandinavian. I was a little bit of Irish, a little bit of Pommy, German, some islands, and I think there was like 15% unrecognised, which I think might be blackfellow. I don't know, Aboriginal.
Unrecognised.
Because Mum, yeah.
That's quite a lot. 15%.
Yeah, cause so many people have fucking got
Yeah.
blackfella in them in
But
Australia.
they must have that.
They could all
registered,
claim.
though.
They could all claim.
Oh, so they don't want to do it. Maybe because I did hear that there's a large increase in like Aboriginal support.
I was asked if I wanted to go on it years ago. I said no. I was asked by two people, one in Victoria, and then when I was manager of the pub, the assistant director of the Aboriginal Affairs in Sydney, yeah, his brother lived in Taylor's Arms. Yeah, and I got to know him because he come up for a couple of weeks, and we fucking partied something shocking. He's going, I'm putting you on the Aborigine. I said, nah, dude, no, I don't want to.
On the what?
On the Aborigine fucking pension thing.
Oh yeah.
He's going, Shane, I can get you like $1,400 a week.
Right.
I said, I don't want it. I want to work, you know. You know. It's like when they offered me the disability, I didn't want it either. I wanted to work. I really did try to work. I went to Darwin. I ended up riding a bike racer, 30k a day. Trimmed right up, fucking built up, went in. Young dude said, oh, what can I do for you? I said, I want to work. He's going, oh, it's great. He's going, what's your name? He's looking at it. He's looking at me. And I go, what's my name? He's going, oh, you don't have to work. And I'm like, yeah, I know that, but I want to work.
Mm.
And my mate was next to me, he was my care at the time, and he said, I have to get the assistant manager. It says on here, you know. And so he goes and gets him, and he's turned around, he's read it. He's gone, no, you can't, mate, you're not allowed to work. And my mate's turned around, and he's gone, oh, dude, it's a free country, mate. And the assistant manager turns around and just goes, mate, it's not as free as you think. Just the way that he said it, mate. Anyway, he said, I'll go and get the manager for you. And the Sheila come out. ABC, you know, Australian born Chinese, you know. Very nice lady. Anyway, she turned around, she had a read, and she goes, can I see you, you know, in the office kind of thing, and we walked over, and she's going, look, Shane, she's going, they really don't want you to work, you know. She said, they're really afraid that, you know, you might do some real damage, you know. I said, yeah, I know that. I said, but I've been really, you know, fucking trying hard to get, you know, my body right now, everything. And so they put me through the job place just to fucking humour me. You know, the Sheila at the job place told me after the second visit. You know, so yeah.
So you didn't work in the end? Or you...
I got well, actually, it was in Darwin, right? And I got a job for a week right next to the airport at this, what is it? What was it fucking called? You know, all the mail comes in. The people come to put their pets in cages and that goes to the planes from there. You know, it's next door.
Like luggage handling.
Yeah, no, not their luggage.
Like sorting.
Parcels and
okay.
things like that. You know, fucking special things. You know, just to go under the plane.
Yeah.
Anyway, my job was to drive this 10-ton truck. When mail came in, I'd put it on with the forklift, then I'd jump in the truck and I'd take it straight up to the post office in Darwin, and then I'd come back again and wait, you know, for another plane or whatever. And what it was you'd stand there and this you know, the luggage cars, you know, the trailers, they've got long trailers sometimes. Okay, so what would happen is one of those would drive through, the dude would hit the button without stopping, and he'd keep going out over here, and the trailer would, or the trailers would just stop. They would just slow down and stop. And everybody who had a job to take off, you know, either the parcels or whatever. Mine was the mail. So it's about 2 o'clock in the morning. I started at 11, finished at 8 or something. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning. There's only 3 people there. All the parcels are supposed to be going through the X-ray machine, yeah, and the security guard's supposed to be sitting there watching. You know, this is from all international and national. You know, there's nobody sitting at the X-ray machine. There's an electrical storm, and the security gate keeps opening by itself because of the electrical storm. The other dude that's in working, he's been working there 20 years, and he's got a bed set up in the office, and he's asleep, and I'm standing there talking to this probably 60-year-old woman, 58, 60, and we're just talking about shit. So no worries. 2 o'clock in the morning, this car comes through. Hear him hit the button. And he's gone, we're here and standing facing that way, and he's gone, you know, we can see him go out, you know. And I'll turn around to check if there's mail. And it's only one trailer. And I'll turn around to see if there's any mail, you know. And I looked at it. I turned back around and she's talking. And I turned back around and I went, sorry, is that what I think it is? And she turned around and she's like, oh yeah, that. Now, in about 3 days, now that's going to go behind that cyclone fence. And there was this shitty old cyclone fence that was fallen over, you know, and there was a gate there. She said, that's going to go behind the cyclone fence. And in about 3 days, a black aeroplane's going to pull up, a big black aeroplane. She said, and then about 8 or 10 security guards are going to get out and surround the aeroplane with shotguns. She said, and little old me will drive up with the, you know what it was? It was at least over $50 million in American cash This is Darwin.
Yeah.
Melbourne prints it. Yeah, for America, for the Asian region. All right? America pays Australia to print American money for the Asian region. And that's how I went home. I worked through that night. I went home. Never went into my mate's room. I've known him for fucking 8 years or something by that time. Never ever been in his room, you know? Because he's a smelly cunt, you know? I wouldn't want to go in anyway. But I went home that morning and I sat on the end of his bed. I just sat there. And he must have felt me presence, you know? And he woke up. He's going, you showing? What the fuck are you doing, mate? And all I could say to him was, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. And I never went back for the rest of the week. Because I knew I was going to take that fucking money. I knew I was going to get the forklift, put it on the back of the train. I knew exactly where I was going to take it and bury it too.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
Yeah. It would have been a big mistake, probably.
I think it might have been, but you know, who knows? But the thing is, it would have, you know,
50 million US.
but 50 million, mate. I mean, even if it went to court, the judge would have said, "Oh my God," you know, the temptation would have fucking been to anybody, you know.
How is it they just left it there in the behind
a cyclone, a shitty cyclone fence?
Yeah.
But the electricity, the gate, you know.
I guess it just. How many people knew about it? That the money was there.
I don't know, mate.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. All I know is that what happened.
Wow.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
You know.
Fascinating.
That's it.
Nice.
But that's Darwin. You know.
Yeah.
You know, they say the NT, you know. If you're waiting for something, they call it the NT because it's, you know, not today, not tomorrow, not Tuesday, not Thursday.
It's pretty laid back.
Yeah, really laid back, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
It's a nice way to be in a lot of ways.
I got offered to be the SP bookie at the pub where all the judges and coppers drink and lawyers.
You got to what?
They offered me to be the SP bookie at the pub.
What's that, as a bookie?
SP bookie, yeah.
SP bookie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, take all their bets instead of them going to the TAB.
So you've been a bookie?
No, I have not, and
No.
I said no, and I fucking shit myself when he asked me, and he asked me in the pub.
Yeah.
He said, "I'll give you the first $5,000."
Yeah.
He said, "You'll pay me back that straight away. That you'll get that back straight away." He said, "And the rest is yours after that, Shane." He said, "But I need someone here, and I need them here now."
Yeah. Wow.
You know, and I'm like, "Look, I don't know what Fonz has told you. Do you remember I told you about the bloke I knew?" And
Fonz.
yeah, he set it up and didn't tell me. And I walked in the pub. He's going, "Oh, by the way, there's someone I want you to meet." And I said, "Fuck you, man."
Yeah, that's a
big
one.
You know
Did you say no?
Fucking oath, I said no. I don't want to be in that kind of.
No,
You know, I had kids, mate. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
The only thing I knew was just be a dad.
The bookie at the police. Yeah.
Yeah, to the judges and
Yeah,
lawyers
yeah,
and coppers. And
totally. Yeah.
it's really laid back up there, you know.
Yeah. And
As a matter of fact, I can honestly say that they're probably the nicest coppers I've met. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I hadn't had a drink for a long time, and I had a drink, and I didn't know whether I was over or not. You know. And I was only one suburb down from the centre of Darwin. It was Easter time, double point, so I went down. Copper pulled me over, and he turned around and I'd go, said something funny, and he went back to his mate. He's going, I don't want to put him in the cells with those bulls, the Aborigines, you know. And he come back and he goes, I don't want to put you in the cell, Shane. You know, and I said, why not? And he turns around and he goes, it smells like a zoo down there, mate. He said, I don't think you'd like it too much. I said, oh. He said, listen, I'm not gonna. He said, I'll do you for a seatbelt instead of, because I was only just over. You know, he goes, I'll do you for a seatbelt instead of that. You know, I said, yeah, but I can drive my car. And he goes, oh, not for about an hour. I said, oh, well, you know, so you got to sit here and watch my car. I said, I want my car to be safe. He's going, oh, fuck, we've got things to do. I said, no. I said, when you leave, I'm going to drive the car home. And he turns around and he laughs. And he turns around and he goes, fuck, Shane. He goes, I'll tell you what, I'll cut a deal with you. I'll drive around. I'll make sure I pass it, you know, every 10 minutes or something like that, you know. You promise? He's going fuck all. He's going fuck all home. I only lived about 5 minutes. It was only from about here to the road.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's a small town in a lot of ways.
Oh, I've had him let me off up there, you know. So he's a pension and discount. He goes, if you're on a pension, mate, there's no ticket. I couldn't get my wallet out fast enough. And I gave him my pension card, and he's looked at it, you know, he's to see my name. He's like, fuck, what are you doing on a pension show? I said, don't worry about that. Are you a man of your word? He goes, oh, what the fine? He goes, yeah, no, I don't think the car would go much faster anyway, because it was shitty. I was only doing about fucking 10k over, you know. He let me off. You know, and I'd see these coppers, they'd see me around town, and I think they actually remember because they give me a wave. And,
yeah, sure. Yeah. You know. I have a pretty good relationship with the police here as well. Like, it's pretty open policy.
Yeah, WA cops I get on with. Yeah, they're good coppers.
I think you think about being a policeman, you're getting disrespected all the fucking time.
Oh, all the time, mate.
Right? Like you're getting
they've got to do a job.
Left, right, and center. No, but you're getting people that are looking down on you.
There's lawyers, human rights lawyers that teach police that just because they're policemen doesn't mean they can't do their job properly. And she teaches them that they need to do their job properly.
Sure.
You know, and if they don't do the job properly, they're as bad as the criminals and whatever. 100%. So, as somebody explained to us the other night, the law LAW and law LORE, they're hand in hand. They fit hand in hand.
They do.
I mean, you know,
law is the original, in a way. LORE.
Yeah, law was the original. Yes.
Yeah. That's the original. It was more just a knowing of what was right and wrong.
So you know, one has to ask the question: why did they change the spelling to LAW?
Sure. Yeah. It's a good question. They should write that down. Actually, I'd like to investigate that.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's the thing. Like, if you treat police with respect,
yeah,
they
most of them will treat you back with respect.
As you say, most. So here you go. Thank you for picking me up on that.
Yeah, please don't put the police in boxes.
Exactly what I was doing.
I'd just like to say that.
I was saying that they're all.
James, did you hear that? You want to be fucking judge and executioner now, motherfucker?
No, but I threw it straight back at me. It's good. Yeah, we've got to hold each other accountable.
Yeah, we're not smoking as much tonight as we used to.
Yeah.
I called that one.
But yeah, so they respect that, and you can have a better relationship with them if you show that to them.
So who won? Who ended up winning the overall round for that? The optimist or the pessimist?
For what? Which one?
I think the optimist did.
Yeah, nice. Your branches nice and supple in the wind?
Hey?
Your branches nice and supple in the wind?
Oh, yes, yeah, that's it. The only way to be. So, sentient beings.
Yes.
So,
are
you
worms
claim that...
sentient?
Yes.
I suppose they are.
Yeah. I think you have to...
Well, the fucking worm's sentient and a robot's got to be.
No. And is this a philosophical question?
So if you say wait there, so if you say no, does that mean it's absolute?
No.
That's the end of the story.
No.
All right, okay, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, no, I'm open to every possibility. If you can convince me.
What, that the robot's going to be sentient?
That
they made
it could be possible.
They made a movie out of it. It's a true story.
Yeah. No, it's been discussed in many films about how.
Yeah. Hey, do you know which one?
The robot
that one where that little boy. I can't remember names. Did you see that one, James?
What's that?
The movie where the dude was a robot, and he was a prostitute robot.
No, I haven't seen the prostitute robot.
Anyway, he meets the little robot boy.
Right.
And
Is there charges pending?
no. And he takes him. They want to be human, you know what I mean? And they go to this robot junkyard. All these
Not iRobot. Is it iRobot with Will Smith?
No. It's the one where it's the English actor. He used to be I don't know his fucking name, but the child was the one that said, "I see dead people."
Oh yeah, that kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
The Sixth Sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he stars is the child robot in
I
this
know
movie.
the one. I've seen the movie. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember
really
seeing
sad
it.
at the end.
Yeah.
But you don't know whether to be sad or not because the aliens come down
Mm.
and take him,
Mm.
and they give him a home and a mum and a dad, and he's happy like forever. You know?
Yeah.
But he's
Happily
only
ever
in a box.
after. As long as there's a big enough box, then it's alright.
Yeah.
So it's so easy. I keep coming back to sentient, and I still haven't got an answer. So the Earth is sentient, or
I think
we're
so.
talking about what is sentient.
Yeah, what is sentient? Yeah, go and look
That's
it up.
probably the first question. Is
We should look at-
what is alive and what is not.
Look the meaning up.
Yeah, sentient. Let's do that.
Alright. Okay, so I think sentient means
Conscious.
a being of I suppose a being of consciousness.
Sentient.
Hey, listen, what pants are they? Are they
Sent.
Pants.
Yeah, are they J?
No, they're
J.R. Rawlings.
No, they're Jazzman.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're alright, eh? They're not bad.
Yeah. No, they have a
Jazzman.
lot of sales.
Where do you get that? Where do you get those?
I'd just buy them off the net. If you know your size, I'd just
Yeah.
buy them off the
Oh,
internet.
really? Do you?
Yeah.
And they fit.
Yeah.
They don't ever fuck up with the sizes and shit.
Well, I just know I'm a 32, so I just go 32. So pretty much 32 in any jeans fits me.
Well, yeah, but I'm in the midst of losing weight, so I've got to wait. But when I
Yeah.
do, I don't know about the size thing.
See, and maybe because if you go bigger, they'll be a bit. Obviously, you do have a bigger leg anyway, so yeah, that'd fit you. Yeah, it'd go according, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a pretty straight 32 though, so yeah, I don't know.
I tell
It's
you,
not much of a
Yeah,
risk.
you look good in those.
I tell you another. Yeah, I'm a 32 as well. I tell you another. Every 2 weeks, the Lions have a second-hand swap in Margs, and they've got heaps of amazing stuff.
Really?
And it's
Yeah,
super
'cause
cheap.
Such a rich area.
Yeah. And they have a bag of like a
Yeah,
paper
I'll
bag.
buy dead people's clothes.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter. So you get a bag of clothes for $6, so you can just pack it full of clothes.
Okay.
I get a whole
Oh,
I get a whole
okay.
new wardrobe every couple of months.
Oh,
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
where is it?
Just in the industrial area. I think it's first and third weekend of the month.
Shit.
Sunday morning. It's good, but they have electronics. They've got all sorts of stuff. So it's actually a bit of a social get together
As
for
well.
people in Margs. Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone sort of
Yeah, I'll have a go.
boards there.
Question: if this is not too personal, I love photos.
Yes.
Do you have a photo history of this place?
Nah, not really.
Oh.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something that is one of those things you'll kick yourself.
I agree. I've even
got a
thought,
bit of one.
Without kicking yourself.
I'd
you'll
love to
kick
have-
yourself.
like, one thing I'd always wanted to do was have like Polaroid of everyone who comes here,
Yeah.
and you could have a wall.
Yeah, like the quick exposure cameras.
Yeah,
even.
exactly. Yeah, and you just build a wall of
Yeah.
a timeline. you
Yeah.
know, just
Yeah,
stick them up.
absolutely. That'd be fucking great, man.
Yeah, because you'd be amazed.
Oh, they're the first things that I don't know.
You
about
make a
most
menage
people,
out of it.
Yeah.
But the first thing I always do when I go to a pub is look at the photos,
Right.
and you just
Yeah,
see
I
what-
like seeing the
what
old
people-
photos.
or even what people are in the area, even if it was last
Yeah.
year's New Year's, and
Yeah.
you're like going into a pub and it's quiet, and it's Thursday afternoon, you're
Yeah.
like, I'll get a meal.
Yeah.
And then you see all the different
Uh.
characters that are surrounding in the area.
So you do like your history.
Well, I like to I have a curiosity about people and where they come from or who's involved in the area.
Oh, I love old photos, man.
So, I just
Older the better.
just photos in general. I
Yeah, it's a
really
great idea though. We just need more walls. We need more buildings to put. Like,
Yeah,
that'd be a great thing, is to have a photo album
yeah.
history. Yeah, we're building lots of buildings, so.
So are you
this would be something we.
Are you as such? I know there's not going to be. This is probably not the right way. I need to work out the right way of
Just
asking this.
spit it out.
Yeah, spit it out, man.
That's all
So,
good, you can't-
are you the founder of this?
Me and my partner.
Yep.
We started it.
Yep.
So
That's your wife?
yeah,
Yep.
she's not involved anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure when I drove in here. It was probably just this, and I just thought it was a bit of a house. I'm like, am I driving past someone's house,
Yeah.
or what's going on here?
That's the idea. Make it look like
Yeah.
nothing much from the outside.
Yep.
You come in and you go, whoa, what is this place?
Yeah, exactly. It's
It is actually nice to walk in here.
oh, it's almost like you expect to be paying a fee.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't be bad. You could charge $10 a night quite easily.
Yeah, well, it's just like donation that goes towards what the
Yeah, you can
infrastructure.
have the donation side of things. Yeah, definitely, I agree with that. You don't want to take that away from it.
It definitely does go
But
towards
I think
the,
there could maybe you need to do a bit more permaculture so that people have an opportunity to do a bit more work.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Permaculture, everything. Like everyone. That's the idea, is that you get people dedicated to
Yeah, well,
permaculture.
quite often people will be on a holiday for a month or so, and they've been on the road, like myself, and you're happy, like, if you're thinking, oh, well, I've got a week to kill, or not
Yeah.
to kill, but to chill out.
especially people
and-
that are in an office or something.
Well, just in general, some people,
they love to get
some
out in the
people miss a little bit of purpose through, because it almost can become overwhelming just holidaying sometimes, and you do want to do something that has a bit more structure to it.
Yeah,
You
oh,
can
totally.
chill out and mellow, but like, sometimes there might be people staying here for 2 days, and they might be really wanting to stay for a week if they had a bit more
Yep.
of a
More
doing.
things to do, yeah.
doing in there.
And learning as well.
Yeah, of course, 100%.
And teaching.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hence why.
Yeah. But that's just waiting for that permaculture gardening expert to come along and want to jump in.
Yeah.
We have. That's the thing, is you get a lot of travellers and people don't stay too long. So
What are you doing up at the mines? James?
Rigging.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
yeah, so get that. That's the next evolution of this place.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see what we
I
did
think
today?
from a very basic
Yeah.
standpoint, you can always, like, I don't know if you do or not, but you can always start off with some chooks and a rotary hoe and just do an area, and then obviously what you put out in the world is what you receive. And I think you'd probably find as time goes along, you'll end up meeting people. Oh, I'm really good at fencing. They see you got something going on. You got a couple of rolls of chicken wire or whatever. I'll be able to, do a bit of this for you. Teach you new things in a way that
Yeah.
like anything.
Exactly.
Post and rail fences, a chainsaw, like, you know what I mean? Like,
You know what we
you just
did?
need the stuff kind of available.
That's
with a little bit
got
of
to
a
have the infrastructure.
yeah, or even just a little start from your point to wait for the right person to come along and value add. You know what I mean?
You know what we
Yeah.
did this morning?
I don't know. You know that.
No, that's what we've been doing.
We put
More
the
of a
water.
traction.
We
Like,
put the
built
water
this,
tank
We built this.
Yeah, I see
put
that.
the water
I've
tank
been admiring it.
up on the tower today.
Yeah, nice.
You know.
So gravity fed water tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we pulled it up. We didn't have
Yeah.
anything that
Yeah,
we
you
could
use
crane
the old,
it up
you
with.
use the old pulley system from bloody Egyptians or whatever else. Everything else.
No, the
It was
guys
really good.
come up with, used the truck. There was a truck here, Paddy.
And we put a
Yeah.
sled on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Like
And
just
then-
a ramp.
Two dudes over the back pulling to its side.
Yep.
Ballast.
It's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
like little projects like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
we've got to have these things happening. So
Yeah.
we're just in a state of treading water because we need money to make
And you
it
don't want to force people
Make it
or anything,
happen.
you know. I mean, it's just a matter of them wanting
No,
to
no.
help.
I think it has to be your own passion, and then
Of
allow people to
course.
value add.
You
to it.
can't force
Yeah.
anyone.
No. And
So
people,
it took a bit of time to just put the
Yeah.
tank up.
Oh,
Because
for sure.
Because you want
Rome
people
wasn't built in
to
a day.
want to help, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So-
that's it. It's a sort of donation. It's also a donation of work as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
But ultimately, the plan is, the desire is to have people here who are just happy to fucking make this place beautiful, and they'll work every day.
Yeah.
Like they're part of the vision,
Yeah.
and they're part of the like that.
But the more you,
It's theirs.
yeah, exactly,
That's
exactly,
that's
and
the
it is.
ultimate.
That's what it is, isn't it? It's the basic foundations to have a start in it.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
that
Yeah.
to snowball.
yeah. So that's the challenge of getting
Vegetable
to that point.
gardens and stuff like that. Like that's what
Oh,
keeps
it's we've
people.
got to have it. Like if we could be growing all our own veggies right now,
Mm.
like that makes perfect sense, and you'd
Yeah.
have fresh vegetables, like
Yeah,
fresh
exactly.
lettuce and
Structured.
yeah. So these are all things
Yeah.
that evolution happens,
Mm.
but because we're more of a traveling like community.
Yeah.
Like you see, most communities they're just like a group of people that don't go in. Like they don't have many people come in or go out.
Yep.
It's sort of like a small private family.
Yep.
Where the idea of this place is allowing that gypsy travellers to come through.
Yep.
And find that home.
Yep.
But because they're travellers, they move on again. Everyone's moving on. You know that's.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, who are the people that want to just stay in one spot but allow travellers in?
Yep.
That's the challenge.
Yep.
Because most people, if they want to be in one spot, they don't want. They don't like change.
Yeah, well, that's where the internet comes in handy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, have to offer
To
that.
find the right people.
Offer that.
They become
and-
conservative.
Yeah, they
You
do.
can have that. Man.
They really do
I
become
understand.
conservative they get in their little shell, their little orbits, and
Yep.
they don't want anything to change it.
Yeah, because I've watched them once
Thank
again, not through life experience, but I've watched some interesting documentaries where they've chipped in to build housing, and whether it be straw or whatever hay bale housing, some people have chosen and putting obviously leathering it and been there for a long time. But what it does have in it is the purpose of it of self provision of working off the land and being with it, and finding a spot in a open community
Yep.
where contribution is enough
Yeah,
of your own life.
yeah, totally. And I've been like, I think in the past when we lived these community tribes, like life and death was a lot more prevalent.
Yep.
So the whole tribe had a reason.
Yeah.
They had that hope that it was like this survival of the whole, or everybody.
Well, they do that still in Malaysia. You lived in Malaysia.
Mm.
And once a year they celebrate the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Right, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, well they do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, they always bury the dead on the hill because they want the dead to have a good place to live. And I said to Christina, they buried all those dead bodies on the hill. That'd be good growing down on it.
Probably, yeah.
Because especially in that climate, when they dissolve, it all goes down to the bottom of the hill. It all gets mixed in together. So that's with this one of those murder documentaries, and this dude, the serial killer, he was putting all the bodies on a hill, and they found DNA in the dirt, so they started digging down the bottom, and they couldn't find anything. And it was just some sheer luck that halfway up the hill somebody was doing something or something, and they found bones. And that's what had happened. It had gone down.
Yeah, we were gonna. We had a horse die here. Well, they had to put it down, and we buried it. But yeah, that was like, where do you bury it? Because the runoff from the horse can be quite into waterways and things.
Yeah.
Can be quite bad.
Yeah.
Can poison cattle.
That's right.
Yeah, so you got to be aware of that.
Yeah. I went and stayed on a farm once, and one of the interesting things I found about a farm was sheep. I said, "Why do the sheep sleep like that?" And the dude's like, "Oh, sheep can't lay on their side because they suffocate because their lungs are thin."
Right.
And if they lay on their side, the weight, especially if they're fully wooled, said the weight presses down, and if it rains.
Oh, and they're heavier.
And they're heavy,
Yeah.
and it presses down on their lung and they can't breathe.
So how do they sit? They sit upright.
Yeah, well, you know how the sheep sleep.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
sheep,
I've
dude.
never thought of them laying down though, but
No,
I've
they,
never
you'd
seen them
never
lay
see.
down.
No, you wouldn't have never seen it.
That's right. Yeah, never noticed.
Yeah,
Because you see horses laying down.
yeah, that's
outside.
right. The horses that lay down are usually good working horses.
Okay. Yeah, right. They
Yeah.
just relax when they can.
Yeah, I used to work
So
at
what about giraffes?
a race stable.
Giraffes.
Yeah.
They're the same as sheep. They don't lay down.
Have you
giraffes.
seen giraffes fight?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Fucking
have.
hell, they're
yeah.
just like whacking each
Where
other.
Werribee Zoo, yeah.
Oh, you just saw them in real life.
Yeah, they in the bus.
So-
you know the bus
Yeah, yeah,
at Werribee Zoo.
yeah,
The open.
yeah, yeah. And you saw two giraffes fight.
Having a go, yeah. There was
Oh,
about
man.
fucking. Oh, there would have been about a dozen giraffes there, easy.
Whoa, and
You
they
got
were
a
all
lot of
fighting.
giraffes there now.
Yeah, okay.
No, they weren't all fighting.
Wow.
No, they weren't all fighting. There was two. What were they fighting over? I don't know if it was
A
the
woman,
Sheila or the
probably.
food. I'm not, or the branch. I'm not sure. I think it might have been a branch.
A branch.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, giraffes and horses both have the ability of sleeping while they stand up.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horses.
But I've seen,
And
but,
horse-
but
only
giraffes
those
sit
two.
down. But giraffes
Yeah.
go sit down, but they don't. I
Yeah,
don't think
but
they lay down.
I think they sleep like about 4 hours a day or something, apparently.
Yeah.
But they do a majority of it standing up. So maybe when they're sitting down, they're resting, but they
Yeah.
don't sleep while they're down because of the lions and natural predators.
Yeah, I used to work in a racing stable, and some of the race horses would lay down,
Mm.
and they were the good. They were the champions.
Right. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so horses do sleep laying down, but I'm just saying they have the ability.
No, they usually stand up when
I
they're
think they have the
sleeping.
ability to be able to have a nod, go into a bit of alpha and delta while they're
I,
standing.
as a matter of fact, I don't think
Yeah.
I've seen when I don't think I've seen them sleeping when they were actually down.
Yeah.
I think they were just relaxing and just
Yeah.
saving energy and shit. You know.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I'm not like I said.
So-
I'm not totally sure on all of this, but
Yeah.
I think maybe I'll.
So I'm pretty sure they just sleep standing up.
Yeah.
What about cows? Cows can stand up.
Don't
No,
know.
cows sleep.
They do. They
when
lay
they're
down.
sitting down.
Yeah,
Do they?
Like
okay.
sheep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they don't lay down. They just sit down.
Yeah. Mm. And supposedly dolphins can alternate each side of their brain, so they'll sleep one side
Wow,
Yeah.
I didn't
and
know
then
that.
do the other
That's
side.
trippy.
Oh, nice.
I think.
Yeah.
I should check that out. But yeah, it's something along that lines. Hey, sentient means.
Sharks sharks
No,
do sleep,
We
don't
go
they?
back to sentient.
Yeah, do sharks sleep lying down or standing up?
No,
Or always
I don't-
moving.
it's like, yeah. Good one.
I can't help it. I'm
That
sorry.
was good. You
It's-
got me.
Okay, sentient. Able to perceive or feel things. So have senses.
Robot.
Well, they have senses.
No, they can put a nervous system in a robot. Actually,
Yeah,
as a matter of
senses.
fact,
Senses. Yeah.
they're finding more and more that they're putting a lot more and more sensors right through their bodies. They're really fucking. It scares the shit
So
out of
you
Elon
think,
Musk.
you think they can create a robot that is equivalent to human?
Absolutely, yeah, I can. I do.
Yeah. So I don't believe that.
I do.
I think that there's going to be always something different.
Just remember that the
That
human
we-
brain is just a bundle of nerves.
Yeah, but it's a very complex. And I think that we get a lot more from outside.
So
than-
can a robot become an organism?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, that's it. Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to. For fucking, we're trying to become robots. We're trying to. I mean, I wish,
Yeah.
I wish they'd invent a metal skeleton, you know,
Yeah.
so I can change my bones over.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Get exoskeleton.
Oh no, not an X-ray one. I wanted them to change my skeleton over,
Yeah,
man.
just totally change it out
Yeah.
for an upgrade.
Isn't the X-ray one the outside one?
Yeah.
No, I don't want that shit.
No. Yeah, so they really got to have it done right, though.
Yeah, you fucking rip a bone out at a time.
Yeah.
Replace it with a bit of metal.
Yeah.
They put metal rods in your spine
Mm.
so you can still walk.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's not far away. They must be getting close to that.
Don't know. Don't know.
The spine is a lot of people have spinal issues.
A complex fucking part of the body.
Yeah.
Very complex.
Yeah.
And it's more delicate than anything too.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just the pain issue, I think, with a lot of people, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, my cousin's got neck injuries
Yeah,
from the SAS.
yeah. Yeah, he would do.
So he's got pain, dealing with pain all the time.
Yeah.
Are these things hard to play?
That's the hardest one to play. This is a bit easier. This one.
Why is that hard? More wind.
It's just gotta. Well, for one, you gotta have big fingers to get on all the holes.
Is it-
This one's a bit easier.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, yeah. It's a beautiful instrument.
Yeah, it is pretty huge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just like learning to whistle. You just gotta get the
You should do a re-
configuration, the lip configuration. Ah, yeah. Other, I think so. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
I need to play that more. I love playing that. It's good when you find an instrument that you really like to play. Yeah. That's what you should get, one of those hang drums, man. Hey?
hang drum.
Yeah. I can see you playing that. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Cadd.
Brian Kay? Was he a singer?
Brian Cadd.
Was he singer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to high school with me brother.
Oh yeah.
And he used to come around and my brother did the drums and he, whatever, in
And
the
it's all
bungalow
harder than
at
it
the back.
looks.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, try that one.
I don't think I'd be much better, man.
Oh, it's a little bit easier to
They
play.
put it on the shoulder, don't they?
Oh, you sort of hold it. You want to keep your neck comfortable, because if you played like that all the time, you'd be
You get
yeah.
a problem.
I suppose if you were entertaining, you might shoulder it a bit.
Yeah, sort of move it around
Yeah.
like a Pied Piper.
Remember years ago that chick that played it for actually, she was hot.
A
It's
flute.
very hard.
There you go. Hey, hey, hey.
James,
Yeah, sorry.
how
I'll
many
stop
times
it.
have I told you?
Yeah, fucking hell. That's
So-
very cool. I like that.
What's that?
That bit of hollowed out bit of wood.
That is a Paddy's piece of wood.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Sorry.
Paddy, the guy who's staying here, we've got an old gentleman.
Okay.
He's very knowledgeable in things.
He goes into the middle of nowhere where there's nothing, and he finds the beauty
The beauty.
in things like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, well, it is. It is until it gets taken away. You put out of nature. I think it gives people even more so the appreciation.
Mm. He also, like this piece here. He's a diviner, so he's sort of understanding the energy lines on the earth.
Yep.
And he's like sort of showing us a little bit about that. And he was saying that this piece, it had negative energy running through it. That's why it becomes hollowed out.
Yep.
Which is, and so yeah, he's looking for signs like that to see where the positive lines and the negative energy lines lay. And like he'll camp his truck in a positive energy line, because that's where you sleep better.
Yep.
And that's where the corridors of trees happen, and
Yep.
it's really interesting ideas.
Yeah.
There's something to
It's
it.
good how he explains it too.
He does it. Yeah, he does good, doesn't he?
Yeah, he explains it very well.
Yep.
He's mad, but
That's it. That's the thing though.
Eccentric.
I think there's a fine line between enlightened and madness.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like people who are connected to.
But fuck, he's 76, dude, and he's really doing well.
Really, he said he used to run a lot. He was like marathon runner.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it's bad for your heart.
running.
There was a neurosurgeon in America, and he used to jog every day. And then they he did this thing. I don't know what he was doing, but he discovered that when your heart blows up through exercise, it stretches and it scars.
Yep.
And if you keep doing it later on, those scars build up together on scars and whatever, micro scars.
Yep.
And it causes hardening of the arteries. It causes a lot of different conditions of the heart.
Yep.
So he only jogs 3 times a week now.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't jog as far. He doesn't exert himself as much.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and that's because he started jogging when he went to med school.
Yep.
If he started when he was a child, it would be a different story.
He'd be more suited for running.
Yeah,
His heart would be set up for
your
it.
body in those years, your body gets.
Yep, it develops.
Well, I watched a doco with 2 twins, and with one of them, they both agreed that one would take calcium, and the other wouldn't. And from the age of 8
Wow.
up until the age of 18, I think it was. So one of them had one. So they both took it, but they didn't know which one was taking the calcium. One was taking the placenta, and one was taking the calcium. And the one that took the calcium, the fucking difference was incredible. It was incredible. Thicker bones, healthier bones, could exert more energy.
Yep.
Lot of pluses. And it was to a point where it literally kind of split the sisters apart.
Yep.
You know, and they were really close, you know, twins, you know.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a life study, but then one pulled out, you know. So, yeah. Incredible difference, but these were identical twins, you know.
I'm trying to think what was the point you say for saying that
Me?
story. Yeah.
Oh, I
what-
said something before that about.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what that was. Can't remember now.
I can't either.
No.
Pretty
So
smashed.
sentient.
Oh, okay, sentient. Yeah.
Fuck. It's amazing how quickly you get off like a topic.
Are women sentient? I was joking. It was a bloody joke.
No.
I fucking got your butt.
No.
He's turned. Did
Not
you
at
see
all.
him start to
I
turn,
didn't.
James?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God, mate.
I didn't. I wasn't going to turn. But yeah, sentient. Like a, how? What is sentient?
So
That's the first question you
Yeah,
got to ask.
yeah. So that's feeling and
Mm.
is it what is it? Feeling.
Feeling. Yeah.
And, what was it, James? Feeling and what?
It was feeling and sensing.
That's it.
Was just
Sensing.
sensing.
Yeah,
Senses.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, but you could put sensors on a robot so they can feel.
I guess
Yeah.
because those sensors.
Like, do they actually feel though?
Well, they emit
It gets-
pulses. They emit electrical pulses to its brain,
Yeah,
just like the human.
we do. Yeah.
So I suspect that
Yep. Yep.
a robot can be sentient.
Yeah. So maybe.
They scare the
but
shit
it
out
still
of
doesn't
Elon
make
Musk.
it still doesn't make it human though. You know, it can still feel and have senses.
No, because it's made of a different material. We're made
No,
of
but
tissue,
No, but like. To
but not
be-
really
to
because
think and
we're
be
all.
like
But
a human.
they'll be made of atoms, just like we're made of atoms.
Sure. Yeah. It's just like maybe more inferior design.
Like they reckon that the only way that life can exist is either carbon-based or silicon-based.
Mm.
Yeah, which is we've got both on this planet.
Mm.
Like I think jellyfish is like a silicon-based creature. You know,
Mm.
but silicon can't hold weight.
Mm. Mm.
So is there a planet out there that's just silicon life?
Probably.
And if there is, it must be a lot of ocean or whatever,
I would imagine anything you can imagine
or
for a planet.
small creatures
Yeah, you could imagine.
so they can hold weight.
Yeah.
Or
would
low gravity is it, or high gravity or whatever, so they can hold weight.
Mm. Mm.
like Mars is a third of the size of Earth, so it's got like the third of the gravity. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So
Yeah,
you're talking about tall, skinny people.
you look at like just the moons in our solar system, like all the different like the types of planets there are.
You can live on some of
Like,
those moons.
Yeah, sure, but there's like some that are gas and some are like frozen ice. And,
Yeah, man.
like, it's
Some that rain diamonds.
probably.
No, there is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I can't remember which one.
yeah.
Which one?
I don't know. I don't know. Apparently, all our gold come from outer space.
Yeah.
That's what this. Yeah.
Everything came from outer space. What is it? We're made up of everything that's out there. The human body is made up of
Yeah, of
everything that's out there.
Yeah.
We are stardust.
You know, I learnt that on Breaking Bad.
Mm.
Mr. White.
Yeah. Good show. I did watch some of that.
Some of it,
Yeah.
dude, you missed out, mate.
Yeah.
That's a really good ending.
Yeah. Okay.
Best ending ever.
Yeah. Right. Huh.
That's a good show, man. It gets really good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you watch it all?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to see what the front of the movie cover is with the actors in it to be able to visualise it if I've seen it or not. I probably have.
Breaking Bad, you just know it because it's like about a high school teacher that makes meth.
Yeah, I like the start of it, you know, when he falls out the next door neighbour's window, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Jesse,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
because he's shagging the next door
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they're
yeah.
busting his
Yeah. Totally.
lab.
Totally. It's a great. I mean, it's just another like well written, amazing show.
Yeah.
And the actors are pretty cool as well. Yeah.
Heisenberg.
Heisenberg.
Yeah,
That was
I don't
that
think
his
I've seen
drug
it.
name?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
I remember. I'm gonna put the kettle on.
Excellent.
So, how many people are here at the moment?
I wouldn't have a fucking clue, man. Some nights fucking 150 people rolling.
No way.
Yeah, yeah, and they have a doof and that, you know.
Really?
Yeah. And then the next morning I'll get up and there's nobody fucking there.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Jeez, I swear a lot.
What's that?
I swear a lot.
So they all decide to go
I
cave
swear too
exploring at
much.
5 o'clock in the morning.
No, they just piss off to
Yeah.
wherever they're going.
Keep
Some,
going.
a lot of them are locals sometimes.
Yep.
They go off to work or whatever.
Yep.
Or home to sleep.
Has there ever been any really bad experiences
Not since I've been here.
or stuff that you don't really talk about that?
Oh, only
That's not
Boh,
to be asked.
only Boh has a go at me every now and
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
You know. But what can I
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
You know.
That's I've come across a problem where I have to speak my truth. And
I respect
fucking-
that. I respect
yeah,
that.
and it's like
Yeah.
So that's it, and it's not to upset anyone. It's
Oh, it
just-
upsets me.
Yeah, I know. For a second.
But obviously, people are people, and sometimes people can have bad experiences.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't.
And sometimes I wonder, has that ever got irrational
yeah.
due to whatever mental complexity maybe that may have come across them due to
Head injuries. Head injuries from accidents.
Yeah, due
There you
to
go.
experimenting with
That's me.
stargazing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I got
And
that out.
forgot that whether they're stardust or if they're the actual star.
Just confused.
Well said. I like that. Did you like that?
Maybe they were as well.
I'm Stardust, man, not the star.
Yeah.
He's a
I
star.
don't
Both.
know.
Both. It's just
Hey?
at different times, different parts of the evolution. If you're at the
Oh,
star,
he's
or
clever, but he's not that clever.
There's lots to learn. Life is there's lots to learn in life.
No, always.
Double meanings.
Yeah. So sentient. If I can,
You can smoke that or what?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
fuck you, I'm not roll.
No, go for it.
Nah,
Yeah,
roll
yeah.
fresh one.
Okay.
It's got fucking stench in it.
It's got the cooties. You remember the cooties?
Cuties. That's even better. So,
Yeah, sentient. So, I think though there's
is a marijuana plant sentient?
of course,
Are plants sentient?
yes.
What, they
I
feel?
can tell you that without a doubt.
They feel.
They are have conscious.
Here's one for you. Did you know that the closest
They do
thing on
feel.
Earth,
They do feel.
the closest thing on Earth to DNA match to humans is a tree?
Right. That's wild, and it's like, and did you know something like that? Like, we have so many DNA strands. I'm not sure how it is, but like, there's some plants that have like 5 times as much DNA content.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I believe that. But yeah, I found that fascinating.
Mm.
The closest DNA match to a human on Earth is
Wow.
a tree.
Wow. And
I couldn't fucking. It just blew me away.
yeah, amazing.
I was like, wow.
So we're not that
that's
far
beautiful.
removed. We're not that far removed.
Well, I said I reckon we're related to the fungi,
Yeah. Yeah, we are. You know we are.
and that was the first thing life on Earth.
Yeah. You know we just
I think they
because
said it's-
mushrooms breathe air, like us.
I kind of probably knew because I watched Fantastic Fungi,
Yeah.
and I think I watched it twice, and
Yeah. Yeah. They would have said that in there.
I'm sure they would have said something like
Yeah,
that in
yeah.
there.
But yeah, we evolved from mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm sure we are. I'm sure we
No,
do.
no, it's it's
I really am.
no. There's and the mushrooms are.
We're the separation from the mother,
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Complexity.
you know. But we're still connected, you know. That means our energies would match.
Yeah.
You know.
That's right.
So we're still
Did you want a tea?
Yeah.
It's all in the cap, mate. It's all the cap.
So I reckon we're still connected to the Earth.
I have a theory.
You know what I mean? Like really connected.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, hello, he's back.
Yeah. A question, and I know it doesn't work like this, but
Yes, sir.
hypothetically speaking, if I had a 20 or 2 in my pocket, is there any spirits?
Nah, man.
No spirits?
Spirits in alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. We don't really have much alcohol here.
No one drinks really?
Not really.
Yeah, well, they
It's
have
an
a
unsaid policy.
drink down at their tent or something, you know.
Yeah.
Not in the barn, you know.
Yeah, people. Yeah, that.
I mean, the Shields might have a glass of wine, you know,
Mm.
sometimes.
Yeah, but it's kept to
I don't even think they finish it really.
Yeah. So who's big marquees at over the back here? There's a huge marquee up in the paddock.
Oh, the dome.
Yeah.
That's the farms, yeah.
Oh, so it's like a communal area.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
you should go in there.
Yeah, I thought people actually set up themselves. Am I allowed to go and have a look?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Have you got a torch?
Yeah, I do it in my car.
Is it lit up or is there any
Yeah,
lights?
there's light in there.
Oh yeah, go and suss
That's
it
why
out.
I wasn't going.
I think you got to take your shoes off before you go in.
Yeah, I don't think I'll. Yeah, I won't go.
No, you go in it. I don't know. I haven't been in it yet.
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh, you should, man. It's supposed to just get sucked, actually.
Yeah, they told me that. They told me that.
White space. I didn't put enough sugar for you.
When I was just 2 sugars, man, will do. Not the big little spoon either. Use the little spoon.
Yeah.
When I was about 30, I was sitting there with my dad one morning. We had a bit of a yarn about something. He turned around and he goes, "Fuck, son," he said, "you're about 60 years old." Yeah, it's probably
Spot on, mate. The spot on.
the tide's out a bit.
The cap. It was a cap.
The tide's out.
Oh, it's a bit low.
What's the matter? You didn't put enough water in the kettle.
Nah, this.
Thank you, sir.
No worries.
Jeez, it's cold out there, mate.
A cool breeze.
Jeez, it gets pretty cool overnight, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. You think about how warm it'd be in Perth right now.
It's probably nice and balmy.
Yeah, it'd be balmy. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing down here. We're always windy, so it's always staying at a fairly constant temperature.
Yeah.
You know, even today it didn't get that hot.
No, it didn't.
Cooled down actually. The
It
clouds
did.
came in.
It was supposed to be the same as yesterday.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think tomorrow's going to be a cool one.
Oh yeah.
24 or something.
Shit, where's my phone? Don't know where my phone is.
Indeed, yeah.
Probably still in the car, I think. Phones.
What we call it?
Nah, it's alright. No. Yeah,
Fair
nice. See, that's cool. You're getting people dropping in and getting to know them, and you know that's the power in this sort of like having conversations and sitting around a table, like it.
I think we've got a good knack of getting things out. of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally.
Definitely got a good knack of holding them there.
Yeah, yeah, you're good at it. Yeah.
Oh, no, I think it's both of them.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't think
you're
it's me.
coming from different angles.
Yeah,
which
I
is
think,
the
yeah.
thing. Yeah, I'd love to. Cone of silence. This goes back up when you.
Yeah. It is a nice thought. Where the fuck can I put it? Is there where I put that in there?
Yeah. But yeah, that power of being able to just sit and talk to people. I never would have got to know that guy otherwise because he's pretty quiet. You see him just sort of come and go.
Oh yeah, they're the ones that come out to me.
Yeah.
The real quiet ones.
Yeah, they come out to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There was a
Yeah.
inside. There was this priest. He was training to be a Catholic priest.
Yeah.
And when he was in university, he had some mates, and they went out one night on a Friday night, and his mates got, pissed, half pissed or whatever.
Yeah.
And they seen a group of Chinese or Vietnamese students. And this was in the city.
Yeah.
And they had a scrap.
Yeah.
Now he stood across the road. He wasn't involved in it because a Catholic priest, he didn't want to fight,
Yeah.
He said, he tried to say to his mates, don't worry about it, But one of the Vietnamese had gone down and hit his head on the gutter, and it killed him. So the priest dude went home and he didn't call the coppers. And he said about a week later there was a knock on his door and they come and charged him for
what?
not reporting it.
Oh, right.
I can't remember the name of the charge, but it could have been as simple as that, not reporting a crime.
Yep.
And they gave him 4 months jail.
And,
It could have been more actually.
Wow.
I think they gave him about 8 months. They gave him, he was in there for a little bit.
Yeah.
So, he used to come and he knocked on my door. He was like that. He was like that. He was like that. He was like he was very shy. Well, not shy, but he was reserved. And he kept to himself a lot. And some of these people, after a bit of time, you can't do that. You've got to talk to somebody. So I don't know why they picked me, but if I go anywhere, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but if I go anywhere, if there's animals or kids, I'm the first one they attack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but so
Attack, as in bad?
as in come on, you know what I mean.
Come and say hi.
Yeah,
totally.
fucking Anyway, so he knocked on my door and I was watching TV one day in my cell and he come in and asked me if he could have a cup of tea with me, and we'd sit there and he'd, like one day we saw that show came on where the dude has the crowd and he's like, oh, Jeff, there's a Jeff standing next to you, do you know what Jeff? And then so the person would say, oh yeah, Jeff died 2 years ago. You know, do
Nah.
do they show? You
Not-
know, they could talk. They
they're
could see the ghosts and shit. You know,
I never saw it.
no, but you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah, like this a psychic show.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, the one day the priest come in and that show came on, and I didn't turn the channel, and the dude's like in the crowd, he's going, "Oh, sorry people, but this dog's annoying me." Yeah, and this Sheila started crying, saying, "Oh, my dog just passed away," and he's going, "You know that's bullshit, don't you?" And I said, "What?" He goes, "Well, animals haven't got souls." And I said, "Bullshit, man." You know. I said, "How do you know?" I said, "Who are you to say that they haven't got souls?"
Exactly.
You know, he was telling me about these secret books in the Catholic Church and that only priests can read after they fucking
Reached a
they
certain.
get become priests and shit.
Yeah.
And only certain priests are allowed. And there's other books that you got to be really fucking high up and shit in the Vatican to read. And
I'm
that.
sure there'd be levels and levels of.
Yeah, but he was telling me about these books, and he gave me some names of books to. He said these ones you can get into the Melbourne Library, and only in the Melbourne Library, and that, you know. He said we go and read them, Shane. You know. He said people fought to have these books, you know, exposed.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, because of history. Anyway, so yeah.
So you had a priest in the prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there was but the actual priest was good.
Yeah.
Because I used to go to church on Sunday, but because if you know somebody in a different section, you can't go and see them, you know. But I worked in the hospital, but I only go in certain times. So every Sunday, me and a couple of other blokes would meet in the church, you know.
Right.
And the priest would let us sit outside and have a smoke, you know.
Nice.
Yeah. So
That's a little prison hack.
yeah, and he'd say to us, you know, careful what you say, boys. You know, everything's bugged. You know, they've got them everywhere. You know.
So he was a pretty cool priest.
he was all right.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, it's pretty casual now. You go in the library in the middle of the day, and there's all the solicitors that have been put in jail. they sit in this round table and they help the other prisoners with their cases.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
And there's always a few solicitors in jail.
When I was in there was probably about 10.
Of course.
And there was a couple of prisoners sitting at the table as well that basically knew more than all of them.
Right.
You know
Well,
what
this
I mean?
is the thing. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of smart people out
Yeah.
there. You know, this is so many smart people that just really interested in something. Yeah, and law is one. You meet some of these law boffins and they just love it.
Yeah.
They don't know everything about the law. Where for me, my fucking eyes roll over when the law comes up.
Oh, I know a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
And I don't want to know.
I
I only want to know about LORE. That type of law.
Yeah, well,
But you know, the way I see it is,
that's just
I don't
basic.
have to know.
You know
There's always someone who knows.
LORE, you know, all it means is to just when you're doing something, do it correctly.
Yeah,
That's all it means.
yeah.
So, you know.
But not everyone knows what correctly means,
I don't know that much.
and that's
What do you think? Did you go in? Yeah, I haven't been in there yet.
Yeah, it's cool.
Is it?
Yeah.
it's a cool space.
I didn't have a light, so I got to see
Oh yeah,
what it is without seeing the ornaments and stuff in there, but
yeah. Okay, cool.
definitely saw
Yeah.
Hey, James,
got the feel for it.
did I or did I not offer you a beautiful hot cross bun when I come?
Of course, I fired pipe from here.
Oh, you motherfucker.
He read your mind.
Did you do that on purpose, asshole?
I sat him there in the limelight.
Wow. What do you like to drink?
I'm right, man. Thank you.
Yeah, but what do you like to drink?
Oh, alcohol, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, G&T. I'm from a winery
Oh,
area.
gin and tonic. Oh,
I
yeah.
don't mind a G&T.
I
don't
like
mind a
G&Ts
red.
as well.
Yeah, so do I, actually.
Enjoy a red wine. The beer at the top,
Yes, yeah, beer if it's beautiful.
or even a cider.
A red wine, you say?
Yeah, I like reds.
Good for your stomach, I hear. I'm going to start having just one
Yeah.
glass of red wine with dinner.
Yeah.
It's a nice, very sedative sort of a feeling. Sedative meaning like.
Is it?
Well, it's not a.
I haven't drank a lot of wine.
Yeah, so red wine's sort of like probably the most. Other than if you obviously brew your own spirits and really put them through. I'd say red wine's probably the most,
They reckon.
relaxing and enjoyable.
Yeah, but they reckon that
Without
the
it.
industry's a bit dodgy right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I only know antifreeze because of The Simpsons, but
They wouldn't put antifreeze in red wine. Why would they?
I don't know. I just know antifreeze because of The Simpsons, because the French put antifreeze in their wines.
Did they?
Yeah.
They do. They
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Expands the fucking thing or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. They make money from it
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
I mean, if you can get organic wine, that's like processed the old way.
Like what? Naked women squashing it.
Yeah, with their feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, jumping up and down. That's a good way. Like the love that went into that wine, right?
Well, it would if I was there standing there watching them.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we're recording. 99% of the time I forget this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good thing, though.
I don't know. I'm screwed now anyway. So.
You're not screwed. No. Nothing wrong with
I
admiring.
can't go back to Victoria because of what I said about the Victorian police.
So you're from New South originally?
No, I'm from Melbourne, man.
Oh, you're from
Mornington.
Melbourne? Oh, Mornington. Yep.
Yeah.
I thought.
No, he said he was from me and I said Mornington.
Okay.
From me. That was
Oh,
Mornington was from
okay.
me.
So somehow I tripped out and thought you were from down Sale.
No, I am Sale, yeah.
Yeah, he's Sale on Mornington.
Oh, you're Mornington.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, have
And
chocolate bar.
so what do you do with yourself?
No.
What's your
Sure.
Yeah.
What's your career at the moment?
Career, so going into rigging. I've been
Rigging.
doing.
You
Yeah.
did say about three
That's the
times
third
already.
time, yeah.
Yeah, but prior to that, I was just working in civil, putting all the sewer into up and coming industrial estates.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did
So-
you?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got to fix this fucking Dunny problem.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you might have some ideas that you can put on paper or something for us.
Just
you
to
know?
build a septic system.
Yeah, or something maybe.
I've only like laid pipe and manholes.
Yeah,
I haven't.
I know, but you
Given
would have had a look at
destinations.
what they were doing and.
Yeah, I know, but it's never a destination. You're just laying it to go into a bigger and bigger pipe
I
till
get
it
it.
goes to the sewage
Yeah,
pump.
yeah,
So as far as
yeah.
the septic tanks go, I'd be about as skilled as you. You could
No,
get your binder out
I'm a
of
bit more skilled there.
Yeah,
I have put toilets in desert,
yeah.
but this is the same kind of ground, and this is porous ground,
Mm.
so it'd work here really well.
Mm.
You know, a bit of crushed rock, bit of sand,
Mm.
crushed rock. You know,
But you could put it through just one septic tank anyway.
I like your idea better. I like the holes and put the tree in. I love it.
That's beautiful.
I
Paddy
love it.
suggested that today as
I
well.
said that was. Oh,
No, I don't think he suggested.
Was that his idea in
No,
the
I
first?
don't know.
Um,
It wasn't my idea.
well, it was
I'm not taking
whoever.
credit for it.
I think it's a good idea. He
Yeah.
reckons get a toilet, build a toilet,
Yeah.
which I have seen these, and put wheels on it,
Yeah.
and or a track or whatever, and do your boreholes.
Yep.
Over the boreholes, let's say 2 toilets, you know.
Yep.
Over the 2 boreholes.
Yep.
Probably got a 6-month run there.
Yep.
Move it over, fill it in, put a couple of trees, move it over to the next 2 boreholes.
Yep.
Mm.
That's a great. I love it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then
'Cause-
you plant your trees as you go.
Yeah,
You know. See.
you know.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful as
And
well.
the trees will just
Yeah, oh, yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
fucking thrive
Yep.
because those roots will just race to get down to
Totally.
that.
They'd be straight into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lemon trees.
Yeah, we could do fruit trees.
Yeah.
They always say
I
piss on
want
the lemon tree.
nut trees.
Do they?
You haven't heard of that?
No.
Oh, when you go to the toilet, yeah, there's people that be like, make sure you piss on the lemon tree. Because apparently the acidity out of your piss,
Yeah, yeah.
And
the
the
lemon
urea.
tree likes it.
I know that piss breaks down clay.
Yeah.
It breaks down clay really, really well.
Yeah, right.
Like fucking amazing.
Mm.
You know?
Mm.
So I don't know what that's about.
Have you heard this, if you get bitten by a snake,
Piss on it.
piss,
On the
piss,
wound.
no, drink your piss.
Drink piss. Is that
Have
on the third day?
Like you gotta wait.
Have you seen the Netflix
Oh yeah, I missed
show?
that.
Have you seen the Netflix show where they drink their piss?
No.
You haven't seen it?
Maybe on Bear Grylls there might have been something horrible. Where he
What's it
tried
called?
to yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, no, these people religiously drink their piss
Yeah.
Yes, Ayurvedic.
every morning.
The Indians did it, and yeah.
And they reckon it's really, really, really beneficial. People with diseases and shit, and it got rid of their diseases and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah, there's
Like full on fucking diseases too.
Yeah.
You know, it's really, it was really eye opening. It was like a bit, you know, at first, you know, it was like,
Yeah.
yeah,
but-
there's something to it.
but there's some, yeah,
You know,
yeah,
there's
there
more
really,
to learn about
there
it.
really is.
Yeah, that's why when I
was
like,
amazed with
that
it.
thing about the snake bite, it's like, could that be possible? Maybe our body produces antibodies in the piss. You have to re-ingest it. I don't know. Like, is there a possibility of that?
Of course, there is.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I saw a snake the other day down the driveway.
Yeah, there's a couple around.
I stopped and backed up a little bit.
Yeah.
And he pissed off.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
What do you get around here? Tigers?
I haven't seen.
this one was a pretty one.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was like really pretty, man. It had
Okay.
like different colours and shit.
Well, it wasn't like this, was it?
Sharks? No, it wasn't tiger.
Pi-
No,
that's
no.
a python.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you get pythons around here?
Yeah, along the coastline.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, just like this one.
Yeah.
No, it was really colourful.
Yeah, they're beautiful. They're beautiful animal. Yeah, but there's dugites here, the black ones,
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those yet. I want to see one.
or sandy, sort of sandy brown.
Brown snakes?
No brown snake.
No,
I think it's just
it was
tigers.
like
Tiger.
no, maybe it was only she was only about that big,
Okay.
so it might have been baby or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I saw my first legless lizard a couple of weeks back. That was cool.
Okay.
What was it?
Legless lizard?
Oh, okay.
Just
Wow.
like they're just like this size, huh?
No, like probably about that long.
Oh right.
Thought it was a snake to start with, baby snake.
Yeah.
And just come into the garage and
Yeah.
serve Esperance and yeah, bloody the guy went to jump on it. He's like, oh no, it's a legless lizard.
Went to jump on it.
Yeah.
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 Up in Darwin, we used to, after my daughter finished school, sometimes she's like, you know, can we go to this national go to the park? And it was a national park, and it's got all these bomb shelters from the World War II and all the insides, all the World War II stuff. You know, it's really interesting. But when we drive in the gate, this frilled neck lizard would run across the middle of the road and stop and you know.
Yeah,
Like,
carry
get
on.
the fuck out of my property, you know. And she loved it, you know. My daughter fucking absolutely loved it. She named it. I can't remember what she named it. I think it was Freddie or something. I don't know. But it was really
But
good
he
fun.
was like pretty territorial.
Yeah, it was very, yeah.
Classic.
Yeah. She fucking loved Darwin.
But the way those things run is just funny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Up on
Like,
their legs, yeah. 2 legs.
Yeah, and then to have their frill come up.
Up the
I don't
tree.
think I've ever seen one in real life, but
I used to hunt, I used to catch the bigger fuckers when I was 16.
Yeah.
The lizards, the big ones.
the monitors and the
Yeah,
goannas.
to eat the goannas, yeah.
Yeah.
To eat the bungower. We used to call it the bungower. Yeah, Aboriginal.
Yeah.
They would be fucking big, mate.
Mm.
And one day there was me and a heap of kids and these 2 dudes, and the dude had 22, and me and the kids were trying to kill it with a stick, and the fucking thing wouldn't die, and he's going out of the way, you know, and he shot it through the temple, and I turned around and had a go at him.
To run a goanna down.
Not far.
No.
I know how to track them, which is
Yep.
after you're taught, it's really easy. You know, it's
Yeah.
not that hard. Oh,
Yeah.
it's not that hard.
Yep.
Not out in the desert, anyway.
Yep.
How far? I don't know. Here to the sign, maybe to the
Oh yeah, back at
Coast.
the front gate.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Something maybe from here to
Well,
from here to there.
you know that's
All
what they
depends.
say. How we used to run down our prey.
Mm.
Like we just run, and humans can run because we sweat,
Yeah.
and animals can't sweat.
Well, they do. Dogs sweat through their paws.
Right, but not to the same level as we do.
No.
Like so, that's how we cool our bodies down.
Yeah.
And the animals can't, and so all animals get to a point where they reach exhaustion,
Yeah.
and then they just stop.
The Bushmen are the
Kalahari.
yeah, they're the Bushmen they call them. Yeah, they're very renowned for still doing that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just keep. Just keep.
Yeah,
running.
they track. No, they track for fucking days and
Oh,
days and days.
they'll run for a solid 4 or 5 hours as well, easy.
Yeah. That's part of their tracking and that.
So after they track and they spear something, once they've speared it, or if they're wounded, or
And
sometimes not, they'll keep on chasing it.
and they're small. They stay small in stature because it's cooler.
Yep.
So their evolution won't go any further.
It's more beneficial to be short and
Yeah.
skinny.
Well, in heat.
Yep.
Yeah, but not in cold. You know, in cold you want to be.
And it's ironic because in the heat we grow taller.
Yeah.
Like
Thinner.
Caucasians.
Thinner.
Caucasians do. They grow taller.
Thinner. Yeah. yeah. But what's the best? You know, like I think of that Polish sort of the woman, very short and stocky.
Yeah.
Like that's a pretty good.
That's Poland's kind
That's
of
a
cold.
climate, to survive in those.
Yeah.
Like big. Because if you're too tall and thin, I think it'd be
Some of those women are fucking big. Those Polish women.
big women. Yeah. But stocky, like really stocky.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're big.
yeah. Yeah. But that's a
I was on meds and I was pissed. And the boss's wife was there. And we're having a drink. And my old man turned around to me about 2 weeks beforehand. You know, he's shit stirring me. He's going, you know, she wants you. And so I'm pissed this night. I'm on medication. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, eh? All of a sudden, I don't even know why I said it. It was like, oh,
Yes.
each day.
Right.
Because he was saving that money, right?
Great. Great idea.
And after a year, he flew his wife's mother, sister, and sister's husband out to Australia to surprise her for her 50th birthday.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's much he smoked, but you know what I mean?
A lot.
Yeah.
But that's.
He used to smoke
You're
2
funny.
packets a day.
But wow. What a fucking thing to do.
I was there.
Great
I
idea.
was there when the bus came.
Yeah.
The bus pulled up.
Yeah.
The whole town was there.
Yeah.
That's how it
Wow.
was. And yeah, and they got it. And she's
The whole town.
Yeah, because there was only about 80 people who lived in town.
yeah.
But anyways, she was like, oh, this is a woman, right, that planted some trees, right, some saplings out the front. And one day I was there behind the bar, and all of a sudden, and the pub was packed. It was a Friday afternoon. The pub was packed, and all of a sudden the fucking door flew open. And you know those old movies where the mother or the father's got the kid by the ear, and they're dragging them? That's what she was doing
To him.
to this kid because
kid.
he broke the sapling out the front.
Oh, okay.
And this kid's like about 9 years old or something, 10 years old.
Yeah.
And she walked in, she's like, who owns this? And the mother's like, oh yeah, sorry, what happened? You
Who
know?
owns this?
And the mother's apologising. And after we closed the pub, I turned around, Sophie was
And I turned around and I said to Tony, the boss, I said, "Where's Sophie?" And he goes, I said, "Do you want to bring her in?" And I said, "You know, today you dragged that kid." And she's like, "Yeah," because she had an accent, you know. He was like, "Yeah, fucking little brat." I said, "You can't physically touch kids, especially people's kids." I said, "They can see you now." I said, "You'll be lucky if they don't see you." I said, "I don't think you're going to, because you had the mother apologise."
Sure, yeah.
But she would have gone home saying, you know, "How dare Sophie touch my kid?" You know. And so this is so the day the bus pulled up, she's like, "Oh, why do I have to go and meet?" And Tony's like, "I don't want to hear anything else about it, Soph. You just greet the bus for once, you know." And so she's greeted the bus, because they had tourist buses pulling up all the time. Yeah. And yeah. And then they come out of the bus and she cried her eyes out.
Wow.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And they were just all of them. They all cried, you know. But it was really nice, you know.
Yeah. Good on him.
Yeah.
Memorable. That's the
He was a good bloke, Tony.
cool things to do in life, you know. Have those surprises for people, and that's a nice way to. Good deeds. That's this, you know. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Deeds. Doing good stuff for people.
When I finished up, I had to leave because of the ex-wife. She was being a bitch or whatever. I had to leave. Anyway, she didn't want me working there. He wanted to, anyway. When I left, I had to get a form signed by Leonard Centrelink. Yeah. So I rang him up and I said, "I'm going to come up. When are you going to be there, you know, for this sign?" He goes, no. He goes, he goes, "What, you got to take it? You take it in?" I said, "I can send it back in mail, you know." He goes, no, I'll come down. And so he drove 50k down into town, and he picked me up. He picked it on. He's picked me up. He's took me down to Centrelink, and he sat with me and waited. And we went up to the thing, and he turned around and he started telling the bloke off, "Why isn't Shane on disability pension? What?" We're fucking happy about it, you know. And I thought, wow, that's so nice. Dad was in hospital, you know. And Tony came around and he's turning around and he's going, "Oh, your old man's in hospital, I hear." And I said, "Yeah," because they were best of mates, you know. He goes, "Cole, we'll take him half a dozen in." I said, "Yeah, right." So we took half a dozen stubbies in, and we got in there. He's going, "Oh, you beauty," you know. And he's putting the bottles, stubbies in the bin, you know. And I said, "I think you better fucking stash them better than that, Dad," you know. He said, "Oh, I should be right, son. I'll do it in a minute," you know. So no worries, we go out, we drive 35k back home, and then all of a sudden I get a phone call. It's the old man's going, "Oh, they're kicking me out." Kicking me out, and I said, "Yeah, go and pick me up." I used to wear, he used to wear those silk pyjamas, the stripes,
Your
the
old
silk
man
ones,
did.
right?
Yeah.
And I went and picked him up from hospital. Every time the ambulance went past it, the whole pub would put their glass up and go, "Trevor!" Because he was the only one that got taken. They had to fly him. They had to fly him out with the helicopter because it got flooded in town all the time each year. And they had to fly him out in the helicopter once. I could tell you some stories about this bloke. But anyway.
This is your dad.
Yeah. So no worries. I'll pick him up. It's first thing in the beautiful morning. It's about 9:30. So we're driving out to Taylor's Arms. Pubs. He's going, "Oh, pubs," because I'm driving. Pubs going to open. I'm going, "You're in your fucking pyjamas, Dad." And he's going, "Doesn't matter, pull in, son." I'm going, "Nah, you're in your pyjamas." He's going, "Pull in, son." I'm going, "Yeah, all right, fucking hell." And so we get in there, and he's sitting at the pub, and he's walked in, you know, and there's a big, you know, it's a big laugh, you know. Tony's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's going, "Get the fuck out of me pub, you know." He's going, No, I just woke up, I couldn't wait, you know. And everybody laughed, because they knew he was in hospital, you know. I think he was in for about 2 or 3 weeks or something this time. Anyway, so, no worries. Tourist bus pulls up. And the tourist bus pulls up right in front of Dad's car. And the old man's starting to shit himself. He's like, fuck. He's going, "Tony, go and get your t-shirt," because Tony lived at the back of the bus. He's going, "Go and get a t-shirt or something," you know. And Tony started laughing. He's going, I'll give you free beer for the rest of the day if you sit there like that. And he goes, oh, all right, no worries. Right. So he's sitting there. Now, Tony had this Irishman that used to come in and he used to play the banjo and a few songs and tell jokes for the tourist buses, because, you know, he had about 40 coming in each week, you know. Tony would cook all the steaks and the food. And I'd serve the beer. And anyway, the tourists come in. Probably within about 10 minutes, he had the whole tourist bus around him telling jokes. Right?
Yeah.
And this Irish cunt down the end was getting jealous.
Right.
Because he was an entertainer, this dude. That's what he did. Tony paid him to do it, you know.
Yeah.
He's getting jealous, you know.
Yeah.
And the old man, because the old man started, I told you, the old man started those clubs and that, you know.
Yeah.
You remember I told you? Yeah.
In the RSL club.
Yeah. And he was like that, you know.
Yeah.
He could,
Sounds like it.
I had a deal once, and I told him a couple of things about Dad, right? And the old man come down to stay down at Mount Waverley, and I rang up and said, "Oh, look, you know, is there any chance you can bring it over? You know, because the old man's down from New South Wales." He goes, "Oh, is your dad there?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, I'll bring it over." And he bring a mate with him, and he turns around, and this dude was totally full on 100% dealer, just for the money, right?
Yeah.
And he was really good at it, you know. And he was a nice bloke, you know. But he was only about 22 or 23, you know. Anyway, he came over and he said, "I hope you don't mind bringing a mate with me." I said, "Yeah, all right, no worries." I said, "Come in," you know. And he came in and he goes, and he bring beer with him. You know, and he's, you know, because I said I was having a couple of beers with the old man, you know. And he's turned around and he stayed until about 5 o'clock in the morning. And the old man, and him and his mate, I'm not kidding you, they were fucking nearly rolling around on the floor, laughing. And the old man never repeated one joke.
Yeah.
And he was just spitting them out all fucking night.
Yeah.
This is a man, when he was 9 years old in Tasmania, he went to school at Port Arthur Primary School. That burnt down in 1953, they never replaced it. And he grew up in Port Arthur, in Tasmania. It was deep, I don't know if you've been there, but it's fucking deep Tasmania, you know. Well, he fell asleep in his mum and dad's front yard, and his legs behind the letterbox, and his legs were hanging over onto the driveway, and his dad's mate backed a Mercedes-Benz semi-trailer over his legs. And they took him to hospital because he was asleep already, but that blacked him out. And when he never spoke about it. Okay, he had over 40 major operations on his legs. He became the street fighting champion in Tasmania at the age of 19. But they thought he was going to die. But he told when I was the manager at the pub No Beer, I had the keys. And Tony said to me one night, you know, "Have you had your dad in for beers?" I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "When he comes to pick you up one night, just get him to come in and lock the doors, you know." And I did. You know, and he's sitting on the other side, you know, proud as punch, you know, because I'm managing this pub, whatever, you know. And I said to him, and we spoke about a couple of things, and there was two things he would never speak about: religion and his accident. And he used to tell jokes sometimes about he used to pull his thing up at the pub, he used to put his pants up, and he said, "You see that bit of skin there, that scar?" He said they had to get a piece of skin, which is true. They had to get some skin off my ass to go and put it down there. He said, "So now every time I fart, my leg stinks." Anyway, I never fucking got the humour, but people used to laugh, you know. Some of his jokes, mate.
And it's obviously...
He never repeated one joke that night.
Yeah.
But I heard those jokes before, buddy.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so have you now with the homosexual jokes and that. You know?
Yeah.
So no worries. He said, I said to him, I said, "Dad," I said, "let me ask you a question and don't fucking go crook at me, eh?" He goes, "What's that, son?" Right. He was a big man, Dad. Hands like bricks, mate. I said, the accident? What happened? You know, what was the deal there? You know, and he told me. He told me everything. He sat there and he said, I woke up in the hospital. He said, and there was the matron, you know, with they used to wear the big hats. And this was he was born in 1929 or 1930, sorry, and this happened in 1939 in Tasmania. They had to go to the butcher to ask him to borrow tools for the operation. You know what I mean? And the butcher had to make some.
Yeah.
Anyway, he said the matron used to wear the big hat, you know, and she was scary, you know. And when I woke up, she had her hand over my mouth, and she hand over my mouth, and she was saying, "Don't look down, don't look down." He said, I was 9 years old. He said, the first thing I did was look down. He said, I didn't feel anything. He said, but when I looked down, he said, each of my legs, the bones, were like that.
Just shattered.
Just
all pieces.
So he said then they did an operation or two, because he had these tattoos on his arm, these dots, and that was for the doctors, the surgeons, to know which operations that he had. That's what they used to do, you know. He said anyway. He said they put me in a dormitory. Now, I didn't calculate it until a little bit before the end of the story, and I turned and I said, wait there. So they put you in a dormitory for like 6 years. And he's like, yeah. You know, but anyway, he said they put me in a dormitory. He said, no. He said, I remember one winter, he said it was real cold. He said there was about 20 beds up each side of the dorm, you know. He said, and all the kids used to play up in the corner while one kid kept Nick, you know, for the nurses. He said, and I had plaster from here all the way down, and there was a bar across here, and there was a hole where I could piss and shit. He said, and I'd been laying there for a long time, about 4 years, right? Just laying there.
That's
right?
crazy.
Just laying there. He said one night, he said, I saw these kids up there, and he said it was almost like I seen them for the first time. And he said, I like this. He said, I got out and I started going over each bed, you know. And all the kids at the end saw me, and they go, yeah, that's it, Trevor, you can do it, you know. And he said, by the time I got to the last bed, he said, I was sweating like a fucking pig. He said, just as I got there, he said, the kid at the door, nurse is coming, sister's coming. So I fucking had to turn around and go, away, mate. He said, I just got back to me. He said, I really double speeded it back, because you were scared of the nurses back then, you know. This is 1939, mate, you know. He said, I just got back on my bed. He said, fucking, the sister come through the door. He said it would have been about 2 o'clock in the morning or midnight or something, you know. He said she turned around, she went, ah. And she went running back out. He said, I'm not kidding you, Shane. He said, I shit myself shit just went everywhere. He said probably about 20 minutes later, every staff member in the hospital came through the door. They took him and they threw him up in the air and they were cheering. Because they thought that he was just going to lay there and die.
Yeah.
The next day they put him in calipers. You know calipers? You know calipers? You know,
around their
basically
legs.
splints.
what's that movie? Run, Forrest.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
Forrest Gump?
Forrest Gump.
And she
Yeah.
says, run, Forrest, run. And he breaks out of the calipers, out of the metal frame that he had on his legs.
Oh, right.
Like they used to use for polio and
Yeah.
things like that,
Yeah,
similar
okay.
stuff.
Yeah, so he'd been wearing those. He wore those for 2 years, and when he was 16 or 17 or something, he got out of them. Yeah, and him and his brother used to go. His brother used to go into the street fighting championships, you know. And when he was 19, he went with his brother, and 3 blokes were outside waiting for his brother because he was supposed to throw a fight and that, and he didn't, you know, whatever. And the old man beat the fuck out of him, so his brother turned around and said, "You're fucking going in the next fight."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
So
and
him
that
and his
was
bro-
his career started.
Well, it wasn't a career.
Right.
It was Tasmania, mate. Everybody fights, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
it's just a bit of money, you know.
Yeah.
But him and Dave on the mainland,
Mm.
yeah, Dad and Dave, they couldn't be beaten.
Yeah, right.
Couldn't be beaten, mate.
So who was that? Your
Uncle Dave and
and
Dad.
yeah, right.
I never seen him run.
Yeah.
When I was about 4 or 5, I remember going to the Melbourne show with him and Mum and the family, and he took me into the House of Horrors. And back then, in the House of Horrors was fucking awesome because they'd have people with like claws and they'd be coming out trying to grab you and shit, you know.
Scared, yeah.
Oh, fucking shit myself.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm in there and it's all dark and he let go of my hand and then he's tried to take my hand again, but I thought it was a monster and I've kicked his legs and it was 4 months and 2 operations later he got out of hospital. They had to open up the House of Horrors. They bring the ambulance in and they had to open up the House of Horrors to get him.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I felt like a real cunt, man.
I bet, man. That would have been tough.
But he never ever said anything
No.
bad to me about that, you know.
Yeah.
Because of my accidents,
Yeah.
me and Dad had a good bond, you know.
Yeah.
I told you, like, I'm the only one that he'd have a smoke with and that, you know.
Yeah.
You know, because we had.
What an interesting man, huh?
Mate, this dude, mate, he worked for Telecom for 10 years and he went out on a 30-year fucking, what do you call it, pension.
Oh yeah.
I was there in the city
Yeah.
when he was talking to the CEOs of Telecom and that.
Yeah.
And the fucking glass was nearly breaking from him, yelling at him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because he did lines and that.
Yeah.
He would say to the people, you know, can we put a line in your backyard
Yeah.
and we'll give you an extra couple of free phones.
Yeah.
When they were supposed to pay for half the property.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that, who was selling that?
Well, he did that a lot, you know,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
knew that that's what their practice was.
Yeah.
And he basically threatened to go to the media and everything with it. And,
Yeah, good.
you know,
What an interesting guy.
and instead they put him
Fucking
out on a 30-year.
hell. So,
Oh, he was a pool champion. He used to fucking win prizes. The pubs used to, like have an auction of, you know, the highest bidder would get him for the year.
yeah, right.
You know, and he was a shark. You know.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he was fucking good too, man.
Do you know much about his parents?
Yeah,
As well. You do. Like, were they pretty cool people?
they were nice people.
Yeah.
You know. They went right back, 1832. The James monks got off the prison ship, the Thames,
Okay. They come into Australia,
Tasmania,
into Tassie.
and he got pardoned in 1832.
Okay.
1822 he got here. In 1832 he was pardoned.
Yep.
And there's a true story book, Pride and Prejudice, pretty
Right.
famous book.
Yeah.
And it's a true story, and it's his daughter's the handmaiden in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And I've got a photo of him too, as
Yeah.
an older man.
Yeah. Wow.
I think the photo was taken around about 1880 or something.
So what was his crime then?
Oh, I do believe it was sheep and a bit of bread or something.
Oh, something pretty petty.
I think it was the sheep. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But he got pardoned after 10 years, so it
Yeah.
couldn't have been that fucking.
10 years
You know what I mean?
for a sheep. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a new country.
They gave him a parchment of land when they pardoned him.
Yeah. Okay.
And so there's a lot of
Wow.
monks over there
Yeah. Right.
in Tassie.
Yeah.
A lot. Mum, you can see the black fella in her. That's for sure. You know.
Yeah.
There's a photo I've got of her and her grandfather, and he's like really fucking tall and skinny and dark.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. From Tassie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you say that the Tasmanian Aboriginals had
The
like-
strongest bone structures
Yeah.
in the world of any
Yeah,
human.
yeah,
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 that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Where did I learn that? I learnt that at school, I think.
Yeah. But there's not any. There's none. There's none alive, right?
Yeah,
Tasmanian Aboriginals.
yeah, it's fucking heaps, man.
Why is that?
Yeah, see, what happened was what happened was they had a line across Tassie. They tried to kill all the Aborigines,
Yep.
but what they did is put the ones that got away and that they caught later. They put on an island.
Okay.
Could be, I don't think the King Island. I think I'm not sure. I can't
Yep.
remember. Anyway, and there was still a lot in the community, but and there was a lot of half breeds and things. And so what they did was, just probably did it to stop compensation later on. But what they did is that if you had Aborigine blood in you, you only got half the wage of a white man. And they did that right up until 1968 or something.
Wow. Yeah.
So, of course, if you wanted to earn a living, you'd say you weren't an Aborigine. And it really, so in I think it was in 1980 or something, the Tasmanian government was issued with a thing to find as many descendants as they could of Aborigines in Tasmania. And my auntie got a knock on the door and got given a big folder and yeah, so yeah, it's pretty. What they did was pretty bad to the Tasmanian Aborigine.
Yeah.
And the Tasmanian Aborigine was fucking warrior, man.
Yeah, yeah.
They were fucking warriors, man.
Yeah, and we know nothing.
Warriors. Oh, we know a bit about
Do
them.
we? Okay,
Yeah,
I know nothing
ooh,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Chonganingi was the queen, you know, and
Okay.
she, they turned her into a fucking housemaid, you know, and she rebuked her. But anyway, after she died, they took her head to England, yeah?
Right.
Anyway, they buried her body and they protested for fucking a couple of decades to get her head back from the London Museum, you know, and they got it back, and there was a big ceremony. And I went over, and I was over there just before the head got back, you know, in the place of her body, where her body was buried.
Wow. Okay.
And just staying with some friends there, you know, chilling out.
And she was a queen.
She was the queen of the Aborigines of Tasmania.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you know about Chonganingi?
No, I don't know anything.
She's very famous, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Very famous.
Huh.
Fucking warrior woman, mate.
Yeah.
She was a warrior queen.
Right. I'd like to know more.
You should read it up.
I'm gonna delve into that world.
You should.
Yeah.
Chonganingi.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
I think Paul Kelly might have a bit of a song there.
Okay.
I'm not sure who it was.
I reckon I'm going to go and throw my mattress under a tree, if that's okay.
Is that where you're sleeping, under a tree?
I reckon so.
Why don't you sleep in here or something? Or
Is it? Nah, because there'll be people wandering around early.
Yeah.
I won't do that.
It will be. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wouldn't want to do that. I think that's best as a living area.
Yeah.
I'll
Trees are good.
you're gonna
yeah,
be
yeah,
alright?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Just don't lay on a track or something like that.
No, I won't. I've gone over to that far tree over the back there.
Hey.
I said I've parked on near
Yeah.
that tree over the back there.
Oh, that peppermint.
On the
Peppy?
peppermint one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sweet. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice
So,
one.
if that's all right.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah. I reckon we finished the podcast.
What time is it?
It's like 2.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Is that all?
Is that all? Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's not bad, man.
That's like
Yeah, I'll roll
4
up.
hours of talking.
Hit
Well,
the
you
hay.
want me to keep it on then if you're rolling up?
I don't care. See you later,
All
old
right,
mate.
boys. Yeah, I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, yeah, nice.
Thanks
nice
for-
to meet you,
thanks
man.
for having me,
Thank-
yeah.
Fucking good
pleasure.
podcast, dude.
Yeah.
You know, you
it's-
can look it up and
Yeah,
it's been, you know,
it goes online.
yeah.
Yeah, it's live stream.
Oh
He'll
wow.
probably, are you going to label it?
Yeah, it'll
James?
just be. Yeah, I could put James on
Yeah,
there. Yeah,
yeah.
totally. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
very
I can
cool.
do that now,
All right.
actually.
Yeah. The mosquitoes aren't too bad around here, are they?
There aren't any.
No, it's
Oh.
fuck all.
Fucking hell. That water diviner must be fucking doing his job.
That's right.
See you guys.
See you, bro.
See ya.
Thank you. Oh, I better not take this cut.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll come over and give a handout in the morning before I head off.
Yeah, awesome.
And I'll throw a 20 in that jar for you.
Amazing. yeah. Yeah. yeah, it's amazing. You never know who's going to turn up, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and that just,
You know, listen to me. Do you know buy rides? You still got your engineer's ticket and that, haven't you?
yeah,
You know, buy rides. You should be able to go and fucking get a fucking job for about 3 months and pay everything,
you could, but
and then clean the slate, and then we could fucking get on with that fucking infrastructure and shit.
yeah, that is one way. That is one way. I've thought about it, and I even put in my CV
Did you?
for a couple of jobs.
Yeah. Hey, maybe that can help you.
But I no, but I've got a whole heap of reasons why I can't do that. This is like, it's all in. The next couple of months is all in.
Yeah.
And, like, it's
Well,
yeah, it's just the way it's all aligned. And
I hope we're not doing much tomorrow, because do you know why? Because I'd really like to get onto this fucking game, and I'd really like to pump that fucking
do whatever you want, man.
that address through it more. You know what I mean?
The what?
The podcast address.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, no, honestly,
the game,
because we've got content on now.
Well, I
We've
mean,
got a few, like 5-6 podcasts that people can listen to.
I don't know if you believe me or not, but that Hong Kong chick did come over. Joy did come over, and I did take her to Geraldton, and you know, and I mean, this game is fucking extraordinary.
Oh, mate, I have no doubt.
And if we did, I mean,
no
Brody
doubt.
reckons we got 60 hits the other night.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No, I think there's a reason why you're on that game, right?
There's
we should use it to, you know,
a lot of fucking
advantage.
millionaires in this game.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot, mate.
Yeah. Well,
a lot of.
maybe you could design a kingdom with 12 tribes around it, 12 kingdoms.
Oh, they got all
As
that
an-
stuff, mate.
As an example,
12 guilds, mate.
12 guilds.
12 tribes, mate.
It's all 12s.
You know?
Like the 12 guilds, 12 tribes.
Oh, no, it's not all 12. There'll be 3 guilds or
Yeah,
6
okay.
guilds or
Alright.
sometimes 20 guilds.
No, I'm just thinking you could do a demonstration project in the game. Somehow.
How?
I don't know.
Well, the thing is, it'd be good if we can compare Lords with the 12 tribes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
We really, I mean, seriously, you
Yeah.
know, I'm not kidding you here.
No, good.
Because this
I
is
was
all
just thinking that
tribal.
too.
This is tribal in here.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if we can relay a bit of a message to some of these people, I'm not fucking with you, man. Some of these
Yeah.
people are really looking for something to do.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
got a lot
Yeah, well,
of cash and they've got
I've started writing a bit of an explanation,
yeah.
just in a Word document. So I'm going to get onto that and finish it.
Well,
And that could be, if you read that and see what you think. And
just make sure that this stuff goes onto just make sure the website's all good. You know?
yeah, well, I've got to update that with.
But
more-
it looks good to me. You know, I think it looks great. You know. So
Yeah,
I'd just like to get on and just spend a couple of hours just fucking pumping the cunt, because I've got to go through a lot of kingdoms. You know, you got to remember we're pumping. Each kingdom's about 20,000 people.
sure. Yeah, and
More
you've
than-
got access to message everyone.
Yes, yeah. So
Yeah.
if I can go through the lot of them,
Yeah,
one's got to pop up. So,
sure.
You know.
Totally. Yeah.
So maybe,
Especially if they're playing that game.
yeah.
They're
You know,
already.
so maybe I don't know if you should stop it now. I think we should stop what we're talking about now.
Yeah.
I wish you'd learn to
Good night, beautiful people.